Good afternoon, I'm Daniel Miller and this is Destiny Academy. A warm welcome to all of our friends, fans, community members, participants and viewers worldwide watching us on a variety of different platforms today. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for being our very dedicated, very valid community members. And indeed, thank you for your support in respect of our charitable fundraisers and other works that we do here with people and members of our community who are more vulnerable or less fortunate than the rest of us. So how's everybody today? I can see Gail's there already. Hello Gail, how are you doing? Good to see you. We have also some other people watching us on other platforms in addition to Twitch. Welcome you all. I'm feeling great today, thank you for asking. And I had a wonderful weekend, and for all of you who were watching the streams, you know that I've been committed to the charitable fundraiser for the Bungie Foundation, and I told you all about it during the weekend. The fact that the foundation is helping children, very old children in hospitals, by providing technology that will be then alleviating and diffusing the stress that children are feeling whilst being taken away from their parents and indeed waiting for surgery or medical treatments that will be required for their medical condition. And they also provide a variety of services linked to the Natural Disaster Fund, also connected to the UN. So we were having a 2-week period through which the donations were being generated, and this was part of the Bungie Giving Day Festival, or Give Day Festival 2023, which was lasting roughly about 14 to 17 days. And I joined the campaign at the tail end and contributed with my PR and everything else here to the channel and on other platforms. And I'm pleased to say that we were able to reach the target. The target was of $100 in view of the campaign, and also to support Little Lights, the department that is very much part of the Bungie Foundation. Little Lights is the department that helps ill children, and I'm very pleased to say that everything was as expected. A very good campaign, a good response from many of our community members, and certainly from Zenith and My Stories, people who are contributing financially, donating, making sure that we were meeting the target. And I'm personally truly delighted that indeed we have been able to do that. It's for the first time I've been involved with the Bungie Foundation. I've kept an eye on their works, on their services, and everything they provide and do for a variety of different people who are vulnerable in the local communities of the US. And as I said, I single out these two areas. One, Little Light, the department helping very ill children, and then the other is the group that is involved with the protection of the nature, and first of all the assistance provided for those affected by natural disaster. As you've seen today, we are having absolutely horrendous weather conditions in southern Europe. There are fires raging in various places. They include Greece, Italy, Spain, Portugal, France, and many people are being evacuated in very large numbers due to the dangers. And that particular department will also be involved with the remedy. The remedy not being just in terms of providing medical supplies, but providing psychological assistance, any other help which is required when people are indeed pushed out of their homes and due to these types of dreadful weather conditions. And as we've seen in recent years, the natural disasters are sadly persevering. We have many more of them than in the previous decades due to the global warming and everything that's happening to our planet. And I just can't believe that nothing substantial is being done still at a time where we are experiencing such dreadful, dreadful disasters, natural disasters that is. We've seen tornadoes in Milan and Zagreb, Croatia. We've seen unbelievable hurricanes in Central Europe. We've seen hail where in fact each piece was as big as a tennis ball, and obviously providing a very, very serious threat to everyone's existence. And I just really do not understand as to why people don't get together and create an environment where we are tackling the threats by reducing the use of the energy in order to protect the nature. So the campaign was very successful. We met the target, and I'm very, very happy. I'll talk about this quite a bit still for some time to come, and I will be again involved with the Bunch Foundation and with all other charities that we've got on our list in order to provide additional support and indeed to be fully involved with donations and fundraising. The charity I'm supporting continuously at the moment is Mind. The Mind charity is a UK-based organisation that helps people who are experiencing mental health issues or any form of emotional difficulty, and I have been supporting them for quite a few years outside of this forum, and the campaign I'm running at the moment is going to be run until the end of this year. In fact, it will be ending on the 31st of December, and I'm hoping to raise £1,000. So anyone who has come across anyone who is vulnerable or who is indeed experiencing any form of mental health issue or emotional difficulty, please spread the word, share the news, and make sure that others get to know about the charity and the works, and then raise funds, contributions, the donations, and any of support will be greatly appreciated by everyone who works for the Mind as well as the service users, because don't forget the professionals and volunteers working for the charity are indeed very much involved with the process of saving lives, and by contributing, by donating, you become an integral part of that process. So just always look at the pinned tweet, which is what I've been doing of late. You have one tweet at the top of the chat indicating what the campaign is, what we are presently doing, and what we are trying to accomplish. So that itself is most important for everyone to read. Always read it, and also you can watch the stream through the link, as the stream is provided through Tiltify, and therefore you're not going to be using as much of the bandwidth of your internet allowance on your mobile phone because Twitch app is using a lot of it, and when you're watching it through the browser, it is not providing that degree of high quality resolution, and therefore you're also saving on that front. So, charitable, as I could say, all of that is linked to the idea that we are contributing positively, we are saving, we're doing something that is protecting lives, and we are then feeling very good about ourselves in view of the effort, in view of the contributions and the overall works which are accomplished not just by myself but everyone in our community. So I'm receiving some urgent messages which I need to be attending to, so just bear with me. I will be back very, very shortly. We'll talk a bit more about the campaigns, and also I'll give you the news and all that is Destiny related. We have quite a few things coming in today through Reddit. Reddit is very, very active with Destiny discussions, and I keep getting sometimes messages directly from some of the community members and Reddit users. So we'll be looking at some of these and exploring all that is happening in the Destiny world. So stay with us. I'll be back very, very shortly. All right, my friends, lots of messages and lots of different types of calls coming in, so I wasn't able to respond straight away. I can see that Gail's watching, and Gail was asking about my leg, and I thank you very much for your kind questions and thoughts about my health. My leg has been very poorly last week. For all of you who have not been listening to the broadcast previously, I had a serious ligament injury here on my left leg, and both ligaments actually on my left and right knee had been aggravated, so I had some difficulties with walking. Had to use crutches to walk around for a few days, and instead of my usual activity, which I have, that includes walking, swimming and exercise, I had to be just resting, therefore after a period of rest, which has been taking place last week, literally for about a week, it was already a lot better on Friday, which was my birthday, and got better during the weekend. When I walked uphill on Sunday, I had hardly any pain. Yesterday was perfectly normal, and when I went swimming, I didn't have any irritation or any aggravation of the injury. So it was good. And obviously I went for a very light swim, so I wasn't really doing anything particularly severe. Maybe I swam also a bit shorter than usual. Didn't go for a lengthy stroll afterwards, just to make sure that everything is recovering. Gail says that, didn't somebody say something about keeping your exotic engram? When? Can you just refer to what the conversation was? Because we really kind of talked about lots of different engrams and things, and during the weekend, Zenith and me were doing a tutorial on how the armor can be leveled up to the maximum to get the discipline and mobility and resilience to 100. I know what you. Oh yeah, I know what you're referring to. It's not the exotic engram. No. It is the. It's the engrams which are rewarded through the seasonal NPC. So you know when you go and collect rewards after doing seasonal activities, you are being given rewards in order to level up. So when you level up, you're getting these rewards, and Zenith told me it's the best to keep some of these deep engrams, and then one can be with the deep engrams doing deep focusing in order to get the best quality on the weapons which come in due to through the seasonal content. So this is the idea, keeping the engrams in order to have the best results, you know. So it's not Destiny 1, it's Destiny 2, and it's linked to the process of deep focusing, because I was not really too well versed on the process, and Zenith is very knowledgeable in view of his many hours spent on Destiny and other tutorials he was doing with other community members. So he knows exactly what needs to be done there, and we've done actually a few activities in Destiny recently. That's the sequel, Destiny 2, that had actually illuminated my way of playing the game, and that is what I would call the most advanced way of playing Destiny 2. You know, it's the way through which you are learning the kind of most complicated aspects of leveling up and crafting your weapons, building your armor and everything else, because that is really for the gamers that are spending a lot of time on the game, and people who want to be having the best armor, and the armor which is kind of a certain section game specific. Specific armor for the Crucible, for instance, for the PvP, significantly different compared to the armor you're using for PvE activities. Then you will have some special armor for the raids, and then you will be doing all the modding and all the leveling up and everything. It's quite complicated, I've got to say, and I think that it's not really for the novice gamers or for those who are not familiar with crafting and leveling up. It can be seen also as quite off-putting, but I have to stress one thing which is very important. It is optional. This is not a sort of activity for which you are going to be getting anything that is absolutely necessary. You can still play raids and PvP and PvE without the armor being leveled up and without everything through the crafting and deep focusing being engaged. But you know, it's down to personal preference. I think what's beautiful and really wonderful about the sequel, what I really like, is this system of options. So it's not driving you to have just one solution. You have all different types of solutions to offer, and you can embrace the one that works the best for you. That's really the strength of Destiny 2, the way I see it, and I'm very, very happy and very encouraged to see that the whole process is still evolving and developing. I like the idea of being able to set up specific outfit, specific loadout, and specific armor that is linked to a particular game activity, and you can set it up as you've seen, and you could use it at will, and that is very, very good. It's very useful, and makes the whole process quite easy. You don't have to be constantly changing, you know. So I guess if we go back to this game, Destiny 1, if you're looking at the inventory and the vault, it is very picky. It takes a long while to get something out of your postmaster into your inventory, then delete, then vault, and you know, it's very, very time consuming. And in the sequel, that's been much streamlined, and therefore everyone can be doing these things accordingly, and that is what we actually wanted to see. So you know, that's really pretty good. I think you were referring to the deep engrams. It wasn't exotic engrams, it was deep engrams, which you are getting as rewards after you completed various seasonal activities when you go back to your NPC, and then you are claiming them or leveling up and doing other kind of seasonal activities. That's the idea, because when you go there to the NPC, it gives you the option of deep focusing, and you've got special weapons that are coming in. They're basically with you know, with red frame. Red frame weapons are the ones you want to be keeping in your inventory. You do not want to be deleting them, right? And these are the ones that will be giving you the actually I can move this be right back. Bear with me. I apologize for that. Because people will see that and they'll say, we'll just wait until he comes back, and he actually is back. Need to change. We'll go back to live. You know, sometimes the remote that I have for doing the overlays gets kind of locked in, and it doesn't change the image as it should. So I will have to double check on my display to see that everything was as it should be. We've had a problem yesterday. In fact, I was typing and it didn't register on the display, and I thought, hang on a minute, why is that not working? And actually the problem was with the display rather than the actual stream. So you know, yeah, just coming back to what I said, it's the red bar weapons that you want to be keeping. So for instance, you do certain activities and you pick up, let's say, 2 or 3 weapons, and you got 2 of the same. One is with the red frame and the other one isn't. Well, you want to be keeping the red frame one. Reason is simple. You are going to be able to level it up and then calibrate it, raise the level to maybe 40, 50, and you can then craft a weapon, you know, at the Enclave to make it much more powerful compared to what it was initially. And some community members told me that certain weapons which appear to be not particularly pertinent, once crafted, turn out to be more powerful than some of the exotics. And you may see that sometimes when you do Nightfall strikes, or you do some, you know, when you go to Vanguard strikes and you do them on the legendary or whatever the heroic level, where you know the upper difficulty level, you will see that sometimes people who are there are with the armor and with the kit that is protecting them and that is giving them a much greater selection of abilities, so they're not taking as much damage. And you know, you've seen that in the Crucible, for instance, and that's because they were crafting the armor. I actually played a few matches on the weekend in Destiny 2 of the Crucible. That was tied in with the process of leveling up the armor, and I did have some people who died immediately after being shot, right? So in some matches I was collecting 17 to 19 eliminations of the opponents, but then I got slotted in with a team that had very high quality armor, and then I wasn't able to do that. So I could see that Cerberus, the what's the, yes, it's Cerberus. The is it Cerberus or not? The exotic machine gun that I have basically worked really well on some of them, and then when I used the same weapon on the ones with the high quality armor, it didn't take they didn't take as much damage. It was taking a lot longer. So this 4-barrel machine gun was firing at them, and it would take probably 3 or 4 seconds before they suffered significant damage. and that was due to the armor that they were wearing, which was specifically crafted for the Crucible activities. So at the end of the day, that is something that everybody needs to be considered if they want to be doing certain activities, kind of back to back. And you've seen there are people doing the Crucible who are not interested in doing certain activities or participating in PvE because they're just principally PvP players. And similar to what you have in Halo, people do PvP because that's the bread and butter. They really love Elite. And I'm definitely not one of those guys. I mean, I like PvP games, don't get me wrong, but I don't like death matches. I think death matches for me are not tactical, and they're whatever that is obviously of a sad. So I'm getting to there. I don't know what's going on. I apologize. I'll have to be answering this in order to remedy some of the problems which you have the property, and I will be right back. So bear with me. Alright, my friends, we talked about deep focusing and Destiny 2 and everything that's been accomplished during the weekend, which was linked to the charitable campaign and all we've done for the Bungie Foundation. And Gail was asking questions about the deep focusing and deep engrams, which Zenith had advised to be kept rather than spent, in order to facilitate the process to which you are getting better quality weapons and you're obviously using them later in the game. So that is basically what we've been discussing, and that's what's been said and advised. Right, so I just realized that I've not switched it back onto live, and a bit laggy today for some reason, don't know why. So let's see who else is there. Okay, so we are going to be now cracking on with some news. And like I told you, today we are going to be discussing many issues arising from the Destiny community, and all of those are on Reddit. But before then, we'll just look quickly at some of the things which are picked up on the wire. So for instance, today we've heard that there's been a lot of chatter on the new season, the first season of Diablo 4, and Game Rant are telling us that players actually want to be having better side quest rewards. And the main bullet points are basically that Diablo 4 players want Blizzard to improve side quest rewards, as they currently offer minimal benefits and are not worth the effort. Suggestions for buffing side quest rewards include scaling gems with character level and unlocking unique elixir recipes, making the grind more worthwhile. I agree with that, because I've played Diablo quite a bit, and I think generally it is a game that requires lengthy grinds to complete certain tasks, and you really want to be getting the best possible reward, specifically if you're doing the seasons, if you have many different activities with your friends. You don't want to get into the a mode where you're just completely repeating yourself. You're doing repetitive things and I guess getting the items that are of no use to you. So that's been quite a big chatter as the season was launched the other day, and they all have been very, very concerned that the side quests do not seem to be particularly well rewarded. And players also hope for the introduction of permanent side quests in the future, not just a side quest through the seasonal content, that will be offering armor and weapon crafting options, providing unique designs or recipes to engage with. Well, you can see in Destiny it's quite different, because you are able to get weapons that can be crafted through the seasonal rewards, and then you can be going to the Enclave and doing other activities. So you know, it's a somewhat different system, but I think anyone who played Destiny, if they migrate to Diablo, they will find some similarities there. It's a different world, it's a different way through which you play the game, but what's important is that Diablo 4, like Destiny, is a game that's based on the community effort. Community members have got to be doing it together, and that's the way the game is then experienced in full, as the creators, in this case Blizzard, were also making it in order to have as many people involved and for the tasks to be done together with other friends or community members. You don't want to be doing these games as a solo player. That's just the bottom line. And remember that these games were created as a multiplayer. They were created as a group effort. And if you want to enjoy the very best of activities, if you want to have fun and entertain yourself and others, you have got to be doing it together with other people. That's the bottom line. Come across lots of people who say, I can do it solo. You can do it solo, but that's not as to why this game is available. The game is called MMO, right? That means massive multiplayer online. Massive multiplayer, I'll repeat again, massive multiplayer online, which means you are to be engaging with others, not just by yourself, but with your friends. And as you've seen in Destiny, it's always the best fun. I play Destiny sometimes, well, hardly at any times, solely by myself. I have played Destiny as a solo player with my community here on the channel, and that applies to Destiny 1 and Destiny 2. And that's not quite the same as doing it solitary, because you have messages coming in, you've got people watching, and you have people asking questions. And but my enjoyment of the game has always been by far the best when I had my team together with me. And that usually would be a 3-piece or 6-piece, and that's it. It's just the way this game needs to be played, like that. Ubisoft clarifies inactive accounts with purchases not eligible for deletion. Okay, so we have more information that coming from Ubisoft. There's been a bit of controversy the other day, triggered by some of the statements, and I think lots of these companies have, well, on one hand, there's a problem with storage. people's accounts, and the content needs to be stored somewhere. The storage costs. Many companies do not have their own servers, they don't have their own storage space, and they buy from some other company. So all of that is costing. And the way the thing works is that if people are using the services, i.e. the accounts are active, then obviously the company is able to make some sense somewhere. And if the accounts are inactive, it means simply similar to what you have with bank accounts. The company is not able to make any money on anything that person is or is not doing, and therefore it is seen as a as a spare, something that is a burden. So they are beginning to apply this across the board, and I've seen that with some other companies. Doing this a little while back, like 15 years ago, with Hotmail accounts. They would just wipe the whole lot of contents if you weren't using that email for a certain period of time, and I think that's just absolutely deplorable. It's a bit like saying you have a library, just burn the library, and because you've not been looking at your books. It's nonsense. They need to find a way to which they'll make money elsewhere and keep the accounts and the storage as it stands. I think it's very easy for Microsoft to keep everything logged and stored and fully saved on the cloud because they own the equipment, they own everything, the cloud space, the hardware, you name it, the servers, and it's easy for them. It doesn't cost them as much as it would if you compare that to some other companies like Ubisoft, for instance. So I can understand where they're coming from, but at the same time, long-time gamers, they want the data to be present in there, and so what they said today is that their policies are aligned with legal requirements. So they further clarified their stance on account deletion, noting that accounts including purchased PC games are not eligible for deletion. So they had to clarify specifically what the deletion would mean in terms of their policies and what kinds of content would be deleted. So the weekend players reported having their accounts deemed inactive and claimed they would lose their game purchases. Ubisoft replied stating accounts closure can be avoided by logging in within a 30-day window, and ICE provided further clarification. For many years now, we have implemented our account deletion process in compliance with the requirements for the GDPR, and our policies are aligned with legal requirements and with the standards of the industry. The measure also acts as a protection for our players against fraud. Account deletion follows a very strict process with 4 key criteria, which are listed below. Number 1. The gaming activity of the account since its creation. The account's libraries, accounts that include purchased PC games, are not eligible for deletion. The duration of inactivity of the account, meaning the last login to our ecosystem, including from Ubisoft games and Steam and other platforms. So it comprises all platforms from everywhere, right? The existence of an active subscription tied to the account. Evidently, anyone paying for the account will not have it deleted. It's as simple as that. Additionally, Ubisoft stated it has in practice never deleted accounts that have been inactive for less than 4 years. 3 mails are sent to users over a 30-day period offering to restore the account before deletion is permanent. A login during that time will receive an automated warning and link to reactivate the account. If you purchase games in the library, you shouldn't be eligible for deletion. So to clarify, what they had said at present, that is, the accounts which have got no purchased content, the freebie accounts, right? People had subscribed just because, some game they played somewhere asked them to. We've seen that sometimes you will enter Capcom or Bethesda and they'll ask you to connect your email with the Xbox or PlayStation accounts and then link them to theirs. And these sorts of accounts are likely to be deleted if they're completely inactive and never visited within a period of 4 years. And the accounts that have games stored, which you purchased via Ubisoft elsewhere, the Ubisoft purchasable games, should remain there forever. But, still, that is something that needs to be monitored. I know that these companies are having huge financial problems, and we've heard recently that Ubisoft was considering whether they should be bought by some other mega multinational corporation due to the financial problems, which is ridiculous, really, considering how many fantastic games they have. But I guess what we don't really necessarily realize is the running costs of these companies. These games cost, and the games which are based on live service are costing. They're very expensive, and all these kinds of things are indeed very much of a burden financially to the company unless they have got a a very good selection of new games that are making huge profits. And I think that itself is, in the present day and age, hard to predict. You have huge competition coming from other companies and many titles coming out, as we've seen. Ubisoft are excelling out with the whole selection that we've seen introduced during the Summer Game Festival. But you know, at the end of the day, there's no guarantee that the games will succeed. They look amazing, but will they be selling? Will they be very much of interest? Are there going to be healthy profit margins or healthy gains? Remains to be seen. So it saddens me to see that these kinds of things are being considered, as our world today is moving away from printed materials and written word entirely onto the digital. After seeing, the idea is that everything should be digitized, and that includes, you know, tickets for traveling and money and documents and everything else. But don't forget, when you got something which is physical, it is in your possession up to the point where you're no longer here. When something is virtual, well, that may not be always with you, you know? You just need a major attack on the service, or you have some form of outage one way or the other for whatever reason. For instance, you know, the energy resources are depleting. We don't have any more enough power. So what happens then? I think it needs to be very carefully considered. Such things can be creating major conflicts around the world, and if we are not careful, we can find ourselves in a lot of hot water. Alright, so let's see what other news we have. Star Wars Outlaws offers a fully open world with all the freedom that comes with. Reported by Games Radar. And this is one of the games I'm really excited about, I've got to say. I really find the gameplay and the introduction and documentary and commentary and all this that we've seen recently coming out of Ubisoft to be very encouraging, and I want to see a proper Star Wars open world game. Right? We've had the game that's still considered by far the best, Knights of the Old Republic, done by BioWare, but still this is a game from the noughties, which means we go back 20 years, and we're looking forward to see a fully fledged open world game within the Star Wars universe that will be done on the next gen consoles and PCs, and therefore fully functional, beautiful graphics, massive big world to explore. I look forward to that, and altogether that is looking very, very promising. Don't forget, the creators of Outlaws are basically massive entertainment, and they worked on the Division series, and I think the Division is really a kind of game that excelled in every way, and you've seen that big open world in both of the games, particularly in the sequel, inclusive of the section where you do it together with other gamers, PvE and PvP joined together, the area called the Dark Zone. And if they apply similar principles here, that will be very popular. And don't forget, lots of people who played the Division will be also excited to try it. So I'm definitely very excited, and you know, but we need to see. We need to see how the game pans out eventually, whether it gels with us, with the gamers, whether it delivers, whether the content offered is interesting. Because obviously you can just talk about open world, but is this open world interesting to explore? Are there many enough things to do? As we've seen in some games, you have a big open world, but there's little to do, and then that's not appreciated. Or you have open world, like for instance in Mass Effect Andromeda, where there are very many tasks for you to complete, but some of them don't really gel too well with the story, and they feel pedestrian, mundane. I mean, I got tired of collecting materials and, you know, bits and pieces from everywhere that, I mean, technically they were connected to the activities and the characters, but it didn't really mean a lot. And so many in Andromeda of those empty military bases where you just pick up one item, and you know, you have to literally drive across the whole planet to get there. Well, you know, I know some of the hardcore open world gamers will disagree with me, but I still think the games offered by BioWare at an earlier stage, and also Bethesda in particular, are perfect, because they have got the system in there that really works, and you are getting that open world with all the activities properly tied in with the main narrative. And you know, that's really hard to create, requires a very big team working together, and the narrative director obviously is the most important person there, who's connecting all the side missions and side quests to the main campaign. So that requires a lot of input. But we'll wait and see. We have several games to come out with the same concept of major big open world, and BioWare will be presenting us with Mass Effect, the next installment, as well as Dragon Age. So that's very exciting. We have Starfield, almost imminent release now in early September. We'll have Star Wars Outlaws, so the biggies, the AAA blockbusters, entertaining the open world, and we'll be able to play and compare. So let's wait and see. And basically, what they confirmed is that Outlaws is trying to offer a full freedom of approach to everyone who is entering that open world. And it's been a big interview with Edge magazine, and the game director Julian Gerety, explained how the studio's approach to open world gameplay was actually shaped, and explaining that developer Massive Entertainment is really focusing on what open world means to the player, which is full freedom of approach. Well, it isn't just that. You can be walking and exploring everything, but the question is what you're finding in the open world. I just think about Destiny and the quest to find dead ghosts, right? It's one of those things. Some people say this is just an unnecessary chore. Others are delighted. It's a bit like resolving a puzzle. It's down to player preference. I prefer where everything you do is literally aligned and tied into the main narrative, to the campaign, to the main story and the characters. Then it makes it much more easy for us to comprehend the reason as to why we should be grinding it, and it gets more enjoyable. And I certainly think with Destiny 2, with the recent 2 seasons, these things were beginning to gel in a way previously not seen, right? So that's been very, very good, and I hope to see more of that in the future. And I think other companies, if they watch Destiny development, should be able to learn from some of that. So Gerety explained that philosophy via the Star Wars Outlaws gameplay preview from the Summer Games Fest, and in that showcase it was heavily implied that there were multiple potential avenues that protagonist Kay Vess could take in an attempt to get around the obstacles thrown her way. A stealthy approach could easily be swapped for an all guns blazing charge into battle, but it's also possible to entirely circumvent a fight and head straight to the exit if you are sneaky enough. So they have also a reputation system. It'll be offering its own pros and cons. If you are in other characters' good books, you'll unlock exclusive quests, special prizes at the vendors, access to locked off areas. But if you are in their bad books, they're going to send people to chase you down, and there'll be consequences in terms of credits and some form of monetary punishment. I quite like the idea, actually. I wonder how this is going to work. Maybe he is just really overstretching himself somewhat there with with the story. I don't know, really. It's hard to tell. We need to see what the idea is. And just bear with me, I'm having a bit of a problem here with my display for some reason. Just let me see what's happening. Hopefully everything is as it should be. I don't know, hard to tell. Right. Yeah, I like the idea. So it will be dependent on types of interactions that you are having with certain characters, and they will memorize your approach, whether you were diplomatic or abrasive, and therefore that will be affecting the story. So that's very good. It sounds to me very much like in Mass Effect, and I definitely look forward to it. Destiny 2 needs to move veil containment front and center the rest of the year via Forbes. So it's Paul Tassi, the writer from Forbes, who's telling about this. He says, one of the most baffling storytelling decisions in Destiny history is what I've seen Bungie do veil containment this season. A quest that leads to a new hand cannon, and yet after that it's a weekly check-in that's dropped some of the most significant lore over the past few years. That's true, and that's what I really like. The giving us a lot of story-based missions on a weekly basis with a lot of lore. We learned a lot about the Destiny universe, and that's been long awaited. We waited for that literally from the day one. And I just hope that we are going to have something like Destiny Chronicles, where you could have a separate section similar to what you have in Assassin's Creed Odyssey, where you build a museum and you walk through it, and then you click on different characters or different exhibits, and then you learn all about that world. And it could be provided through cutscenes and various other in-game activities. So I really look forward to that. I think it will be necessary. Hope that it will eventually materialize. I always have the idea, if you played Andromeda, Mass Effect Andromeda, you will know that there's like a big museum on one of the planets where everything linked to the universe is in the museum. And when you click on these characters, you can access all the information. But it's not too well developed. It's just fairly basic and, get some text. But at the end of the day, you want that to be fully magnified. You want it to be full of all sorts of activities, and you want it to be like a chronicle, like a big book of legends, and you can explore every one of them. I think cutscenes are very essential. They have got to be in there. They can create, non-playable material which is delivered, and it will help people to understand the lore. So Paul Tassi says, I've talked about the content of that already. The reveals about the Veil, Maya Sundresh, and Lakshmi 2, Cloud's Rider Tech, the list goes on. The audio logs are must listen for anyone who cares about Destiny's story, and yet almost no one even knows this exists in the game. I don't agree with that. Anytime you go to collect your seasonal rewards, you can see that the radio in there is to be interacted with, and you've got to interact. And one of your seasonal challenges or achievements is the one linked to yourself listening to the radio. So it's very important, and the radio is giving you a lot of information. And actually it's quite interesting. It's like listening to a radio play of a sort, and I quite enjoyed listening to every one of those. So they said data shows that no more than 4% of the Destiny player base has completed even the first Veil containment quest to get the hand cannon. And of that 4%, I'm sure only a fraction know that you need to return to a little mission node literally off the map every week for these big story reveals. A few weeks ago, there were interviews with the narrative team circulating that they are talking about not only how important Veil containment was, but how it was actually going to continue with the reveals all year, which means at least the next 2 seasons before final shape. So he says, fine, but good lord, you have to change this delivery mechanism. 95% of the player base should not be missing out on this. My personal advice is to straight up just put in the helm with a flashing node like the radio messages we get there. Say you are downloading it from Nimuna, or whatever reason you want to give. Hiding it in this little node in the corner that no one can even see is more than absurd. So he says, make it a weekly seasonal challenge, make it an achievement. Make it a weekly pinnacle exotic drop just to show up to listen to. None of that is the case. There is not so much as even a flashing indicator on Neptune that you should be going there. Normally Destiny has gotten its storytelling done pretty well with a combination of cutscenes, in-game conversations, mission dialogue, radio messages, and lore books. I don't agree with that. Actually, I don't think that in the past we've had a very good storytelling in Destiny. I mean, if you play other games, you can see the difference, and it was fairly fractured, but it's getting better as we carry on. From Shadowkeep onwards and upwards, we have seen a better narrative design emerging from Destiny universe, and I think they're really excelling in the recent seasons. We really are seeing what the future of Destiny is likely to be. And don't forget, this is a game that's constantly evolving, and it constantly can be recut or remade or retailored. So eventually what Destiny is going to look like is hard to predict. I just foresee one big universe, it is going to be similar to Elder Scrolls Online. In that game, they're importing the maps from the games that we played previously as single-player games, and they're throwing in some of the old reworked content with the new. And that is probably the future of Destiny like to be as well. It will be appreciated by everyone, because instead of playing 3 separate games, you can come into one universe, everything is in there, you can click. But on the other hand, I believe they still have a problem with the tech. The tech is not as advanced as it should be in order to enable this with ease. And the storage space is required, the servers are required, and everything else. So up to a point where we need to be having a different format for storage. That's just the basics. So you can, in a very small, minute type of space, store an unbelievable amount of memory, as we've seen with mobile phones, for instance, what's been happening in the last 10 years. and that will have to be evolving and developing in order for some of these things to be made possible. Otherwise, the game of that size is just too big, requires too much space, and that means a lot of expense that needs to be attributed to the service, to the activities, to everything else. And I think that is still a serious obstacle. I think Bungie is certainly struggling with this as they deliver the game of this quality, 4K, all of that is definitely taxing for the bandwidth and for the service. And I talked about this quite a bit of late as I stream Destiny off my PlayStation 4, and I play Destiny also on Xbox Series S, which is the next gen console. The quality graphics are just on a different level, and you really feel it's a step up. It's more immersive, it's better frame rate, it's highly illuminated, you can see every single detail. So that comes together with the advancement of the tech. And I've seen that in the last 20-30 years. I've seen how things have been evolving, and I'm astonished. I've got to say, I never thought that in the video gaming world we'd see these kinds of developments that had transpired in the last 5 to 6 years. Just bear with me, my throat is a bit croaky, I need to get some tea. So I never thought that in due course we would see these kinds of interactions that we're enjoying every single day with Twitch and with other online forums. In addition to that, what we accomplished this weekend with the charitable fundraising, I never thought this would be made possible in my lifetime. I got one forum which is totally different from video gaming, and being so well embedded, so well connected to the gamer mindset, milestones, quizzes, polls, rewards, in-game activities. It's just extraordinary, and all serving the good cause. It's just fantastic, and I'm hopeful. We always complain about things going south and many things not working out, but at the end of the day, there are many advancements, and we sort of take them for granted. People forget. 100 years ago, people were still riding horses. Well, obviously there were cars, but there weren't that many compared to today. And today, space shuttles, moon landings, exploration of Mars, H-bomb, you name it. Anyway, I could just talk about that on and on. So that's basically all I have from our friends there. Well, actually, it's one sad bit of news I received yesterday, and that I guess blends in with my charitable fundraising, because one of the charities I have on my list is Epilepsy Scotland. We heard from through Game Rant that YouTuber Annabelle Ham had sadly passed away at the age of 22, and initially it's been said that she suffered a medical emergency at 22, with her family subsequently sharing more details about her untimely passing. And she was a very popular YouTuber known as Thick44, and she had lots of different streams, many of which were connected to, or linked I should say, to the topics of health and how to maintain your health in general. And she had vlogs that were within the subgenre of lifestyle and lifestyle content. So she had been filming this for almost 10 years, since 2014, and over the course of the last decade. So she began when she was in her early teens, and she averaged around 2 YouTube videos per month, having produced altogether about 230 of them in total. So her YouTube channel was very popular, and people enjoyed her discussions that linked lifestyle with her health, and she had about 80,000 subscribers at the time of her passing. So she went to a kind of a party in Fairhope, Alabama, and then unfortunately the emergency services received a call, and they responded. So they went to find out this missing person. Well, it was basically they're responding to a missing person call on the same date, and they didn't really confirm the identity of the person, but Ham's family later took to social media to confirm the YouTuber's untimely death, clarifying that she died after suffering a very severe epileptic seizure, and that account was corresponding with what the Fairhope PD said of the event, and local authorities already ruled out foul play as a potential cause of death. And this is breaking. She was a beautiful young girl and very talented. So what they said, her family, they said, this is Annabelle's family. We are writing with this heavy, heavy heart. Annabelle experienced an epileptic event and has gone on to the gates of heaven. She struggled with this for a long time and wanted to raise awareness for it, for epilepsy, which we will do in honor of her. Annabelle was beautiful and inspiring and lived life to the fullest. Everyone she met was inspired by energy and the light inside a soul that shines so bright. She was and will forever be so, so loved. We are asking for your prayers of peace for her, family and friends during this very difficult time, and allow us all the chance to grieve and work through this as a family together. Please don't post to spread speculation or details that are unfounded. There will be a time to share more details and to go deeper into her life. Her accounts will be used to share what she went through and the joys she brought to us all. Unnecessary comments and only serve to hurt us all, and this is definitely a time for remembrance and mourning and nothing else. And thank you. Well, first of all, I would like to express my deepest condolences to the family, to the Ham family, for the loss of their daughter and the loved one. I have family members who have epilepsy, not as severe and not as serious as obviously has been the case for her. I know what this is like and what kind of dangers and threats this poses. So absolutely gutted, heartbroken to hear that this had taken place, and sadly, it just, like we say sometimes, it was their time, and it is utterly devastating to go through this. So I really feel for the family, and I really feel very sorry that this young lady was no longer able to produce her videos and broadcasts live online, through which she was actually training people on how to handle the illness, and provided lots of lessons and basic tutorials on the basic management. And people who are suffering from a permanent health condition are best equipped to be training and teaching others through their online tutorials or face-to-face in order how to manage certain situations that indeed can be, in some cases, very life-threatening. So that is a very, very sad story, and this is really a story that tells you how important it is to be raising awareness linked to charities and charitable works, because many charities provide services for people suffering from long-term diseases, and they can be very well helped through their works. You also have sometimes the service users who are very able in all sorts of ways, but in the area which is being impaired by the illness, and they become also involved as volunteers. They advise others, make sure that their knowledge and experience is shared to the benefit of others, and all of that is incredibly important. And I always think we kind of forget about the importance of it in everyday life. We don't pay enough attention, we don't really invest enough time and revenue into the development of those companies, because they work for the good causes. They're not paid. The vast majority of these companies are staffed by volunteers, and if you are working as a volunteer for the Mind, for instance, that you're not qualified, that you're just somebody who came off the street. You can be a medical doctor, you could be a psychiatrist, you could be a clinical psychotherapist, you could be a psychotherapy consultant like myself. People go there in order to deliver to everyone. And that's the bottom line. I mean, even within the National Health, there are certain criteria on how people can be and should be admitted under certain conditions. It's not, it's open for everyone. Everyone can use the services. But sometimes there may be restrictions on certain treatments, Like, for instance, when I had my recovery from SARS virus, it was very difficult for me to get additional treatments because I didn't fall into certain categories. So the National Health couldn't approve the treatments because they said, well, yeah, she didn't have these signs and symptoms, you didn't fall into this category, therefore we cannot be approving the treatment, blah, 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 blah. And I've gone to other independent organizations that provided exactly what I needed, and they kept me alive. And I just feel so treasured and so grateful that I live in Britain, where we have quite a great diversity of such services, which is not always the case in other countries. People have to rely just on one service, which frequently is overburdened by many administrative and any other difficulties, and therefore perhaps not functioning properly or having too many people to be seen, a great influx of patients all at once, etc., etc. So being able to choose for me was fundamental, and being able to receive the treatment at the time was critical. Without it, I would have not been able to regain my abilities, and therefore I think that health and the provision of health services has got to be absolutely free for all, and it needs to be accessible to every single human being on the planet, irrespective of who they are. It's a basic fundamental right. If we are advancing medicine and science, we need to make sure that the humanity is receiving the benefits of it all, and not that the benefits are going to be accessible to the very few. It's a basic principle, and I keep saying to everyone, you're healthy today, but what will be tomorrow if you become ill? You know, it's just the life changes. And I know what this is like, because I was a senior health professional working in the city, having a top job, and having responsibilities every single day, 24/7, 7 days a week. And then you become physically ill due to a virus, as has been the case for millions of people worldwide with COVID, which had uprooted so many people from the everyday existence, caused bereavement, took away the loved ones from families and from relatives, and things change rapidly, and we've got to understand that health is something that we've got to be maintaining. It's not a given. You can have a very healthy person who becomes very ill due to very unhealthy living, lifestyle, stresses, drinking, substance, irregular meals, lack of sleep, improper or unhealthy diet. The list just goes on and on. We've got to be maintaining health, and also if we need assistance, we need to be able to get it. It needs to be accessible to us all at the time when the need arises. Okay, so that's all about Destiny. That's all about the news. The news I received on the wire, and we'll see now a bit what's come in through Reddit. And just have a look quickly. Bear with me. I've got this sorted. Some interesting comments on Destiny. Let me see. We've got there. Yeah. So what is this now? No, that's not the one. Got the wrong Reddit up and running. No, we'll get it up and running. No big deal. Takes a bit of time. Takes a bit of patience. All right. So. Angry Mikey is asking about glaives, and he says, glaives are extremely slept on in endgame. I like to view my arsenal of abilities and weapons as tools in endgame content, whether that be master content or GMS or solo dungeons. Glaives always seem to be overlooked, but amazingly suited for endgame content. They do decent damage, can stun champions depending on seasonal mods, have shields for easy resolution, or if you find yourself out of position. My go-to loadout for difficult endgame content is Quicksilver Storm. A glaive I have multiple ones for different situations, and RL for linear fusion. Highly recommend giving glaives another chance if you haven't already. Well, Mikey, I'm completely agreeable with all you said. I think glaive initially was one of these weapons that was very, very overpowered. It was massive, and I used it quite a lot against the swarming ads, and the melee on glaive was unbelievably strong, and was really causing phenomenal damage to ordinary ads, and then sometimes even to yellow bar enemies. They would be taking maybe half dozen kicks and whacks, whatever, and they would be destroyed. So I use it very, very extensively. Also, the range of the glaive, if properly crafted, if you were in the enclave and then crafting the weapon with the best mods and leveling up the abilities together with calibration, becomes even more powerful and very useful. In fact, my range on the glaive that I have is phenomenal. Sometimes you can be firing at wizards that are very far away, and they will get immediate 100% damage. So very, very good weapon, and definitely I wouldn't say just for endgame. It's for any situation. It's a weapon that's very useful, I guess, similar to certain swords. it's a team effort weapon. If you are equipped with the glaive, you need one person in a team of 3 to have it in order to be tackling certain kinds of adversities. And we always discuss in our team who's going to have Galahorn, who's going to have well, in this game, Dark Drinker. In the sequel, it will be Falling Guillotine, because one of us will be tackling the ads in a Nightfall event, right? And the other people will be looking at the boss. It's a basic strategy. You can't be doing the boss and the ads and everything at the same time. That's no strategy. That's just and it's not about I kill the boss type of attitude. It's all about how the team works, because we do it together. There isn't like an I in a team. You know what I mean? It's just a team that works together. And you would have seen that recently when we had Zenith, Gil, and myself playing together. And in the past, you would see, for instance, Matthias, myself, and Sakapupu. And it's just completely relevant who was delivering the final blow, so to speak. We want to have a situation where, first of all, everyone is well supported. You are reviving always your teammates, which is sometimes that does not happen in the games where you have randomly selected gamers. And it's all about mutual support and mutual tactics and strategies that apply together. 3 as 1. So we have other people responding to this. We heard from Clever Match. It's a really good weapon for survivability. Not as efficient as a fusion rifle for damage or grenade launcher for ad clear. Doesn't make any part of the GM faster, so it's looked down by people trying to get fast clears, especially when it isn't unstoppable. No, I disagree with that. He's not been, this person, Clever Match, has not been crafting this weapon. He's not been to Enclave, and the range can be very, very good, as well as the deadly melee. And, well, if you're going to be using arrows, then that may not be the very best. But, it's a weapon that has that versatility. Sword, melee, arrow, and you can, and firing also, and you can apply that accordingly. Most of the times I'm either using firing or melee, and it works perfectly for me. And in any situation, in fact, any situation there, it provides us with the best results. It's true that they toned down the weapon somewhat. It's not as powerful as it was initially, but still very much one of those pinnacle weapons. And don't forget, they introduced it in order to tell you how to be doing the crafting. It was a new thing with Witch Queen, and that's obviously what's going to stay with everyone. And Fluffy Panda says, agreed, I know glaives are good, but I can also just spam other overpowered abilities and tools to reach the same goal faster. If you don't struggle with GMs anyway, glaives are just a different playstyle. However, if you struggle with GMs, glaives are a great tool for better survivability. Yeah, but I think he's referring to solo effort. I don't think any weapon is, ideal for survivability if you're trying to solo a Nightfall strike. Any weapon is not going to be as pertinent. What will be the most powerful is a team of 3. Glaives always feel pretty good on Hunter. They do not have access to many abilities that improve their durability. Warlocks and Titans have their rifts and barricades, and Hunters can just dodge, which isn't great for rezzing in harder content. I agree with that. We talked about this during the weekend. Hunters are really quite difficult to level up in terms of the armor compared to Titan and Warlock. So it's unlikely you'll be able to get resilience, mobility, and what was the other one? Discipline. All 3 to be 100 on the Hunter. So therefore, Hunter is more vulnerable. But actually, if you get the mobility to the top level, Hunter does have some other specialities, like for instance a Golden Gun, which I think works beautifully. Tether, that's absolutely fundamental. Well, Golden Gun is basically a weapon that you can use on certain bosses when they have to be finished off, right, as a super. But if you're using Tether is a beautiful like team effort based super. You can apply it so that other teammates could be eliminating all the guys that are tethered. And sometimes we were doing in Destiny 2 the seasonal the event Bonfire Bash, right? And you will get swarms of enemies coming to you. So if you fire off that tether at a large group, so you have maybe 7 to 15 of the ads tied together, other 2 guys to just simply eliminate them straight away. So it clears the ads rapidly. So it's a really pertinent support team support super that the hunters have, and that certainly is what I use at all times. And then we have some other comments in here. When I think about Lightblade, Glaives will make this clear definitely a whole lot faster than any other special ammunition weapon. I see this GM fail a lot of the times because people running the same mates of weapons. But honestly, Glaives are basically some of the best. Special tip if you are a very good player, Stronghold with Titan Sword is the best loadout in this GM. He can easily tank the light hives and the boss, so your teammates are always safe. You must have very good reflexes and know your enemy's pattern blindly. With this setup, the whole GM is so very easy. But a glaive is the second to go and often slept at. I agree. I don't know what is sort of it's a bit of weird construction. I can hardly read it. Voice strength, very, very good weapon. And then there is the question about the Warlock. As a Warlock main, I use glaives quite frequently. Use Nazarek's Whisper to solo. Again, he's doing a solo, right? A solo Flawless Ghost Dungeon Week 1. Paired with Karnsteins, you are unkillable, roaming at final boss. Its shield also tanks, and any and all Mos Simua throws you away. Use Nezarec for my solo Psyops GM run as well. I also just used Greasy Luck paired with Vesper to solo Disgrace GM. Really good glaive exotic pairing. If I'm running with a clan, I'd probably use Forbearance over it unless unnecessary. I have 70,000 kills. No, I have 70,000 plus kills on Forbearance. Love me some waveframe action, but for solo endgame content and even in the groups, glaives can be unreal in the right situation. I agree with him, yeah. I do. So I have some other thoughts in here. Crafted, enhanced, infuse, amplify and frenzy. Light mag and lightweight emitter. Probably easiest to link my run of the whole thing. It has the DIM links in my description, so it's got the YouTube video in there, how to do this. And for final boss I use 3 logs. Roam with Heritage, Nez, Bipod, Cold Comfort with Karnsteins. Shield Break I swap to RB, Nez, Bipod with Geomags. Boss DPS I swap Heritage, Nez, Leviathan's Breath with a Stag for Rift DR. Few other things. I have triple stasis reserves chest piece to the side, and when having cleared out a loosened room, stand over a heavy brick and quick swap chest pieces to re-up to 15 rockets on the bipod instead of just 12. I also use special finisher mod on the Roam build to get 2 times armor charge. I then wait till after I kill the third loosened DPS 1 to acquire my third armor charge via the Arc Siphon and Nez. Otherwise, finishing Loosened Ghost will steal all of these 3 armor charges. The Roam build has no surges or anything, so you never actually lose the armor charge. Then when you swap to DPS build, it has triple everything, surges, loaders and dilations, and the armor charge timer then starts. As soon as the DPS ends, sprint to a water tunnel, swap to Roam loadout and come out swagging at Vampire's Caress. So that's really a fantastic advice, really. I think anyone who's interested in getting the very best loot and the very best outfit, that is simply terrific. He's got a video in there. In fact, what I'll do is I'll give you that link. Let me just see whether we can share the link. Just bear with me. That's the video that he talked about, and that's all about glaive. So the other question in here that ties in with what we discussed live on air here on my broadcasts, and it's a question that came from our friend Umbral Vault, and he says, why do some veterans hate new players? Recently, I ran into someone who claimed to have a strong hate for newer players. I genuinely was confused why, since a large portion of the player base here on Destiny 2 are now new players, and they're what keeps the game running. They went on about how they ruined the raid runs and just don't know what to do and are very slow and etc, etc. But then he says these guys are basically new players. If you have a dislike for new players simply wanting to learn the game, what's the big problem? What's the reason for that? Well, I have to say I'm a bit surprised. I've never come across anything of that sort here on my channel. Our community of veterans is very helpful and very supportive, and I've had a fantastic guidance from so many of our regulars. And even the other day with Zenith, having the guidance on how to be doing deep focusing to the best of my abilities and how to be leveling up my seasonal the event armor. You're just true joy to watch, true joy to listen to, true joy to be fully engaged with that degree of assistance. I can't say that I've seen any of that here, and everyone who is new is always most welcome, because we are providing a forum that is there given to the newbies in order to learn, not just about the game, but also about life and health and all other issues. So, I know that such people are around, but at the same time, I find it very hard to digest that certain people who are very knowledgeable would want to be behaving like this towards those who are still learning. It's a very inhumane, very callous, very aggressive, very unfriendly, I would say even criminal type of mindset that needs to be, first of all, ostracized, prevented from having a presence in any of our Destiny-based communities. And then talking about hating the new players, but at the end of the day, you fella have been a new player at one time. You were learning the game, right? It did take you a few thousand hours before you mastered your skills. So what on earth is the reason for you to be treating others who want to be excelling in due course like that? And we have some comments in respect of this, so let's see what people are saying. And it's quite an interesting discussion. I'll just give you a couple of comments, and I think it is important to highlight that we do not want to have that sort of mindset to come to our channel at any time, because we are here to be helping others, right? So one guy, 99-cent savings, says, I just don't like people unwilling to learn and try something new, and people that complain even though you've given them solutions to the problem. I don't bother with some of these guys anymore. That is why I do not teach and share parades anymore. I don't really agree with that. You've got to be patient. Somebody needs to be learning. For instance, if you are talking, we try to train them on how to be leveling up the armor. It will take a bit of time for them to conceptualize. Where do they get their mods from? What do they need to do in order to get every bit of armor? What are the things that need to be applied to the ghost in order for the armor to be leveled up? And it's not as simple. It does take a bit of time and practice, and sometimes you need to have 2 or 3 runs on a certain issue because people will not be able to grasp everything at once. I don't agree with that. And Deadly Monkey says, I definitely think there is a time investment aspect, at least for me. Like, it took me months and months before I ever entertained the idea of doing a raid or Trials of Osiris, because I didn't have enough hours in the game to feel like I actually understood all of the moving parts. But then you have people who will hop into that stuff the same week they started because they want all of the cool stuff right away. I'm not saying that every new light needs to study for a bunch of hours before they can even consider doing content like raids, but it does make me roll my eyes when I see new players who just fling themselves at the endgame content. And also going into the raids without any preparation is not particularly useful. Also, he managed to put an edit in there, so it's sort of the same thing that happens to a lot of these people's subreddit. Every day there's a bunch of post comments asking basic questions that they clearly didn't try to look up first, and I'm sure that's even more than the mods are removing. Well, I don't agree with that at all. I think that this is just a bit of a snidey comment about some other participants on Reddit. But the point that he's making is actually a very, very just bear with me a second. I just getting some messages, so I'm quite curious to see what. You see, I'm receiving some messages from people who watched the video that I posted in there and liking it and saying this is just truly wonderful and eye-watering and deeply emotional. The video I'm talking about is it's called Wyatt's Wish, and it is a video made by Bungie Foundation, and I talked about it earlier on today. This is a video that's describing a very lengthy journey of Wyatt's, to which he was able to battle against a disease that he had contracted and developed as a child. Had several tumors which had to be removed, and then he lost his sight on one eye and was barely able to see on the other. And he linked up with Destiny community and played Guardians for almost 10 years now, and he felt that the community was giving that strength to, with the light to fight the darkness. And what can be more poignant than that? I just can't think of any other image, because he was losing sight, and then he connected with the light fighting the darkness, and it helped him. He said, "You were my shield, you were my sword." He says that in the video, and he was given a fantastically beautiful heartwarming party at the Bungie headquarters, where he was being received by everyone, inclusive of the CEOs and people who worked on the game. And it just literally, his dream came true. Not just that he was able to engage with the Guardians in the game and the community of people who were helping him throughout, but he was able to meet eventually the creators of the game and spend quite some time at the headquarters, which in fact was delayed due to the pandemic. He was planning to visit, I think, in 2020, but then the pandemic really affected everyone, and that was being turned into an impossibility. So eventually he made it, and the video is absolutely marvelous. I'm so glad to see that there are people who are indeed liking the video and connecting with this very, very emotional message, and the message that tells you we as a community have got huge power in order to change people's lives onto better. Remember that, because we also have got the power to change people's lives onto much worse if we were to be doing something which is no good. So it's all down to us. The world is as we make it to be. So let's have a look. What else have we got? Well, Black Onyx says, it just depends if they're willing to learn and if one wants to teach. They both involve patience. When Last Wish was still somewhat fresh, I had a team that was teaching, and I will never forget this, but it was my breaking point for patience. I spent 4 hours doing Shirokai alone. For some reason, this team I had couldn't get the team I had just couldn't really get anything right. Me and Mentor were basically carrying everyone, probably had a 3 experience and 3 training dynamic. And then talking to my mentor, I tried to explain that I could keep going because I was in the shoes when learning. But he said nothing was getting done in 4 hours. Too much energy, not exactly, but something like that. Ever since, I've never spent too long in an encounter. I learned and told myself never to teach that long like that. Well, I disagree with that completely. I think this is just not the way to do things with people who are learning. You need to be running a learning forum. You need to be advertising that forum on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Instagram and other platforms to make sure that people know that you are there to be helping. What sort of teacher are you if you have no patience? Are you teaching in order to just big up your ego? Are you teaching in order to help? Are you the master of the game? as you're proclaiming yourself to be if you are behaving like this. So, this is to give you an example. I wanted you to see the overall information that comes in through the community, where you get very divisive types of points being thrown in, and the vast majority of people who are coming into the game at the moment are basically new gamers, and we have seen people coming into Destiny 2, playing it for a while, let's say 6 months, and then migrating to the first game, exploring it for the first time, learn about both games. You've got to be patient. You've got to, provide attention and time for those people who are indeed there, prepared to learn. I do agree partly with the chap who said earlier he disagrees with people just jumping into the deep end straight away before they learn to play the game. I agree with that, because you're not going to be able to finish it. You can't be just jumping into the dungeons before you really learn something about your weapons and armor and some of the other techniques, which are indeed very, very pertinent when encountering difficult bosses, and you want to be learning as you go along. This is a massive game, and I guess what he said is similar to what you see sometimes with the strikes, where people who've done the same strike many times before are literally racing to get to the end game, and they want to get to the boss, and they want to be just destroying the boss as quickly as possible. That's completely unfriendly. It's completely non-team effort. It's completely against the grain of what this game is about. And you keep seeing that on and on and on when playing with the randomly selected gamers, frequently, if they are very, very experienced, and particularly if you get people who are chasing scores, basically wanting to break some sort of world record and want to make a name for themselves. And don't forget, lots of people are playing and taking clips, so they will want the clips to be put on Instagram or TikTok for everyone to see how quickly they defeated the boss, etc, etc, etc. I think I quite like the idea of respawns, where they created ranked matches on Apex. If you want to be excelling, go in there. Come on, go in there and meet some of the veterans, people who are really tough, and find out for yourself what this is going to be like. Just simple as that. Destiny doesn't have this. Destiny is kind of all out, all friendly, allowing everyone to come everywhere. Honestly, don't know what's happening in my voice. Must be to do with the atmospheric pressure. Something that's really funny today, and kind of breaking several times for no reason at all. So yeah, just like I said, the overall experience of the game is based on team effort, and if you are having people who join you specifically through Twitch who want to be learning, well, just pay attention to the fact that these guys are there to learn. You are not there to be impressing them with everything that you can do. You are there in order to teach them, and as a teacher you have got to be patient, you have got to be attentive, diligent, and at times you will need to go to the same thing again and again. It's as simple as that. Like the teachers in schools, no different. I just don't understand the idea. As I said, there are people who will be pretending to be so-called helpful, in inverted commas, and they would want to be just boosting their ego. Well, you are no teacher at all. People need to be in awe of you because you are very attentive, very nice, very low-key, and you have so much knowledge that everyone can learn from. That is where somebody is going to be respected, not in instance where you are going to be bossing people about or trying to sort of wrap up a session as you receive the message that somebody else was asking you to help them complete a raid, and you are in a learning session. It's just as simple as that. It needs to be put into perspective, and we need to understand that any form of teaching, any form of tutoring or mentoring will require patience. I've also seen people offering such services to make money. I'm like an esports mentor. Alright, how many competitions have you won? Have you been doing it for quite a long time? Have you got anything to present us with? Like the rewards and the results and everything of that sort in a competitive environment? Well, that would be first of all the merit for us to consider whether somebody is at all relevant to be in that kind of mentoring position. It doesn't apply to Destiny, strictly speaking. I'm just talking in general, as I've come across such guys on the internet. reminds me of people saying, I can teach you how to be trained in financial services, and they never worked in financial services. They never worked in financial markets. Actually, I beg your pardon, I should have said, I'll teach you how to be trading financial markets, not financial services. Financial markets. So you're trading options, commodities, forex. How are they going to be able to do that unless you actually had training and you worked for these firms, or you trained and you worked alongside somebody who's a professional trader? I mean, can you be a Formula One driver if you've not passed the driving license? Can you? But that's exactly the same. That's exactly what these people are doing. They're telling you they're like Formula One drivers, but actually they've not even passed the driving license test. Do you see what I mean? And that applies to gaming. If somebody who is not experienced enough is want to make money because they played a couple of games and they thought they mastered it, and you come across people who are buying all kinds of cheats, on the PCs, and then therefore they can be excelling, etc., etc. The list just goes on and on. So what I want to say, really, in response to that posting and that message is, this channel is everything opposite. What we do here is we provide services and forum for those less fortunate amongst us, who are vulnerable, people experiencing difficulties, be it psychological, emotional, or any other, and we are always here to help. So to contrast the nonsense that we've seen there on Reddit, I want to say we are always prepared here to have new players. We are delighted to have newcomers. We are absolutely overjoyed to have our community with people who never played the game before, who actually came to us in order to ask questions, people who wanted to join us with online sessions in order to learn how to play the game, to achieve certain things here within our Destiny universe, and everyone will always be welcome. And I always will be as patient as possible, as well as any of my community members. If I see somebody in my community who's being stroppy, being abrasive, unfriendly, well, you know what will happen next. So anyway, that will conclude all of our community-based content for today. So we had a lot to talk about, I've got to say, and I had a few breaks earlier due to these calls that were coming in. So let me just see all the other messages. Yeah, I think I'm getting messages in response to Wyatt's journey, and that's terrific. I really love the idea that people are watching the video and understand and attempting to understand what this is like to be struggling with very serious illness, life-threatening illness, in fact, in his case, and then having that support given by the video gaming community online, and also through Bungie and Destiny. It's just absolutely incredible, and I think for me that's one of the best videos about video gaming and online communities I've ever seen. It gives me a picture of what we actually can do, what kind of impact we can have on somebody's life, and everyone needs to watch the video, everyone needs to learn from it, and everyone needs to do exactly the same. It's remarkable. That is the way which I would consider to be by far the very best, through which video gaming and online activity can be of a and of tremendous therapeutic value. We talked about children in hospitals and the works and services provided by Little Lights and Bungie Foundation, and you could see that through the introduction of technology and through the technology that provides entertainment, those children's lives will be massively enhanced. There's a fantastic therapeutic value for a child that has been taken away from his parents as he goes to hospital to face surgery or any other treatments. For them to engage with friends, to play games, to access films and animated shorts online, and forget about the ills of the world and feel really encouraged and enthusiastic and positive and delighted that they are talking to somebody else. They're receiving that degree of support. It's a wonderful, wonderful type of service that those charities are indeed providing. And I think the video I'm describing is giving you the very best picture of what this is like. Anyway, the time now is for us to crack on with some activity in Destiny 1, and that's exactly what we are going to be doing. So just get ready for plenty of action here in Destiny 1. Need to grab my glasses. Alright, my friends, Hunter it is. Who wants to join us? Is Gale still there? Is Zenith there? You guys want to join us today? You want to crack on? You want to chip in, pop in, talk, chat. Let us have a look. What's in there? I just need to be adjusting my secondary. Just bear with me. It's a bit too far from me now. Well, I'm really surprised that this is my ship, because you know what? I've not chosen this ship. So I'm not sure what's happened. Let me just double check. That is very unusual. That's very surprising. Why on earth am I using this ship? I know what the reason is. I actually brought in my Titan. I brought in my Titan rather than the Hunter. So we'll go back to change character. Mind you, I could change sometime, right? I can use my Titan or Warlock at some points, but Hunter indeed has been most active here of late. Don't tell me I'm getting Baboon or Weasel, because I'll go mad. We simply need to switch character from one to the other. We don't need anything else. Come on. I'm certain I'll get Baboon or Weasel. You'll see. It's not allowing me to change. You can see that. Which is disappointing. We didn't want any of that. I'm not even certain as to why that Titan was slotted in. I thought I was accessing my Hunter. Well, sentenced to a lengthy waiting period by the looks of it. Well, looks like we need to be going out and then we need to get back in. The reset shouldn't really affect any of it today. The reset already should have been completed, I guess, earlier in the day. Not sure. Mind you, I want to have my cup of tea and a biscuit in a minute. Is anyone else having this problem? I was able to log in there with my Titan, but you could see here it's not connecting to the servers for some reason. I don't know why. Oh, it's connecting in. Alright. Amazing. I have to say it is taking a long while. I need to be very careful yet again. Put the hunter in. Let's see. Queen's Wrath rank 2. House of Judgment rank 3. That's odd. I don't know what is going on in there. Why am I getting all these messages? Does anyone know? What is going on? It's really odd. Quests. Got all of these sorted. Don't really need to be going back to the tower, but the looks of it, I can just jump into the Seavers. Angel's Advocate. No. Well, let's not just mess about. Let's just crack on with some fiery action. Seaver Crisis Heroic. Launch. Ah, before I do that, I want to see whether our friends are there. Didn't see that. UTF girls there? Well, hang on a minute, I'll do that. Ask UTF girl to join us, see whether they want to do that. Invite fire team. And then we'll see whether Dark Agent will want to join us. Invite fire team. Let's see. We'll just wait for a moment, see if they join us. If not, we'll crack on with Seavers. I can see that our friends Gale and Zenith are not there at the moment, so we'll oh, we have Dark Agent in there. Let's just see whether we are having also UTF Girl as well. So just give us a minute. Ah, you have your mic on, so I need to tell you that we are live on air, broadcasting on Twitch, and this is yeah, it's like a family friendly channel, so just always have to state that, because sometimes when you get people in, people are not aware that we're live on air. And you know, how's everything? Good to see you back. How are you? How's everything? Excellent, excellent. Well, it's been a good day so far. We had a bit of our community-based content on the channel, chat about Destiny, and our charitable fundraiser. I was involved with Bungie Foundation over the weekend, and together we raised more than $1 million. Many of us just raising 100, but you know, about 2,000 of us together with about 20 other corporates being involved. It was a fantastic result, one of the best really that the foundation had over the years, and several of our community members were contributing, and they basically, via their contributions, managed to get bundles with, you know, in-game items like emotes and ghosts and various other things. So these ones cannot be acquired anywhere else. It's just for the donors, and we've had some of that on Sunday fully on display, and I've got them also on my Twitter if you're interested in what this looks like. It's like a big balloon, heart shaped, which is then given to the broadcaster. You've seen it, yeah, that's right, yeah, that's wonderful. Right, I was also inviting and waiting for another person to join us, but I can see that they're not coming, so we can just crack on. You happy to do some Seavers, or do you want to go to the tower to pick up bounties? Okay, that's fine. You also have PlayStation, yeah? Can I send you a party invite so that we can be recorded live on air? That's fine, yeah? Yeah, just bear with me. I'll do that straight away. It's Dark Agent, isn't it? Yeah. Send a party. Yep, you should receive it straight away. Just waiting for our friend to join us. There we are. Can you hear us? I think it takes a moment to connect the party. Let us see. Can you hear me? I can't hear you though. I can hear you. Oh, that's cool. Excellent. Oh, it's much better. Much better. In-game sound varies. You know, sometimes it's really of good quality, but depends on the server that one's connecting to. And the difference here is that when I'm broadcasting, the party will always be fully recorded and archived. If we're not talking to the party, the viewers cannot hear the other participants. Do you know what I mean? That's the trouble. And all right, so let's just crack on. If you are happy, well, we have, I guess, been already the day of the reset, so we can do anything. We can start with Siva to warm up. Yeah, we can do a couple of Sivas to warm up, and then we'll go for weekly story playlist. I'll pick up my sunrise, and then we'll do the weekly Nightfall Strike. What do you reckon? Sounds good? Excellent. So we'll do some Sivas first. Let's crack on. So what's that? Yeah, that's true, but I'm not sure whether it's happening at the same time, because last week we were able to act it. At what time do you know exactly? No, roughly. Because last week we were accessing the new Nightfall earlier in the day, and I was really surprised, because generally it was after 5 o'clock in the past. Oh, I see.
The Vex have restarted their world-eating machine.
I got it.
In a bid to restore their nexus. In time, Venus will be consumed.
And listen to this. Scouts report that the Vex have upgraded the Nexus mine with tech from the Vault of Glass.
What about you?
Do you need something, Kate?
No. Just
Well, it's same here. I'm in Hartford, so you know.
Let's
All the
take
same.
Nexus mine apart.
Well, that's weird, because you see, last week, I think also the week before, we had the reset earlier in the day, so I was able to access the Nightfall. Yeah.
Hold on. I'm reading massive
Well,
numbers of
we'll find out. If we do the Nightfall before 6 o'clock, we'll be able to tell whether, you know, it's the new or the old one.
Why are you here? The truth.
Ikora, I'm hurt.
Yeah.
I haven't seen you in the Guardian in a while, that's all. Let's get these taken.
You in Glasgow, Edinburgh? Are you in Glasgow, Edinburgh? Glasgow, yeah. Well, I'm just outside London, just suburbs, really. Do you play sometimes with Furry Spider? He's also in Glasgow. Furry Spider, you know him? He's
Remember when the scholars said the Taken wouldn't be any trouble once we
a Destiny veteran. He also a member of our community. Just wonder whether you played with him, because presently you get very few people coming, and the vast majority of the veterans know each other. But then we don't get many UK Destiny gamers generally. It's very few. The vast majority in the US. Yeah. Well, I mean, I have many people from the UK here in the community. It's just that they don't really come in every day, you know. It's just to play other games. Presently, some of them are doing Destiny 2, and I got killed. Yep, thank you. need to just get something from my inventory. It's a bit slow. There's no ammunition on my sword. Look at that. Cool. You play Destiny from day one? Oh, terrific. Ah. Sounds good.
Taken have been aimless.
Well, I've not played Destiny since day one, but the channel was connected to Destiny from the beginning, so it's been around for just over 5 years, and you know, just built a very large Destiny community in here, and many of those people are US veterans, people who were with the game from the very beginning, and I mean, my channel is all about, you know, helping those who are a bit more vulnerable and people who are less fortunate than the rest of us. So I get quite a few of the US veterans come at times and then teach others how to do certain things and how to complete certain tasks. Yeah, yeah.
Cade, I appreciate the support, but don't you have other responsibilities?
Look, current situation aside, the Guardians have things handled.
Oh, thank you. Much appreciated, yeah.
If you're bored, the Warlock calls condolences a once-over with a monk.
What was that?
Well, I guess it's a channel that's slightly different to the rest, you know, and there are lots of channels that are supporting charitable causes, but in recent times, since I came back, because I had a break due to, well, you've heard probably me rant about that in the past. In my area, we have serious problems with fibre. We can't get fibre, and I live like in the town centre, and you need to have very good upload in order to stream, right? And I just couldn't get any of it, so I had to stream with that terrible rubbishy broadband offered by EE, and you know, the tech actually moved on, and particularly younger guys were not really keen on watching the stream that's not really particularly good on the visual side, and I remedied this with 5G and 4G router recently, so the stream looks a lot better, could import overlays and everything, and you know, so things have kind of progressed somewhat. But ever since I came back, the channel is more aligned with the charitable causes formally. I've done that always, but it's like the main thing. And presently I'm supporting Mind, you know, the UK-based charity that provides services for people with mental health issues. And my campaign is here for 6 months for the charity, but the one for Bungie was lasting about 17 days, although I just got involved towards the tail end of the campaign, and that was, you know, this weekend. Definitely very good, and I was very happy about the results and everything else achieved.
Validate that fear, Guardian.
I've not seen Furry Spider for a while, you know. Actually, I did see him at the tower recently, but he didn't come in. And we've had... Yeah, he's also from Glasgow, and he's a mature streamer, and you know, it was really... we had lots of sessions a few years back where we would run mini competitions in the Crucible, and we'd have a private match, and you know, we all knew each other. It was really good fun. You remember Sekapupu? He was here every day for quite a few years, but I'm not sure what happened recently. I've not been able to... he said he didn't have access to PlayStation at the moment, so...
My stomach drops whenever you make a jump like this. I don't even have a stomach. Funny how that works.
Oh well, I need to change my weapon, I think, for this. I'll get Galahorn on. So let me just ask you, what is your favorite activity in Destiny 1? Your favorite activity in Destiny 1?
Looks like the Taken got to the Nexus mine first.
Doesn't change the plan.
That's cool. Yeah. Uh-huh. Well, that's the best. And you play the sequel as well? Because you know, lots of people who kind of adore the first game are not that keen on the sequel. And there's quite a number of the veterans here who actually categorically don't want to play it. But that, you know, that's just obviously their own personal preference. I find the sequel to be providing us with a great diversity and lots of interesting activities. And it's all about team effort. Oh really? Why? What did they say? What don't they like? You know, your guys. Uh-huh. Yeah. Hmm. Well, I think that, you know, our people here, they usually say that Destiny 1 is a game that requires a lot more time and effort, a more difficult game to complete, whilst the sequel has a variety, but many things they consider to be very easy, which I disagree with. I mean, you know, you can obviously change the difficulty level for many activities, and they could be very testing. The difference being, loot is easier to get. So that's the first thing that people find objectionable, right? And then secondly, it's the overall time spent on this game. I think on average, for everyone who began playing it on the first day, would be like 2 years, 18 months to 2 years. And, you know, many people say, hang on a minute, we spent 2 years grinding, and then in the sequel, you get leveling up with every season. That's just not right, the way they see it. Well, makes it easier for people to come in, you know. That's the fact. The problem I have with Destiny 2 is, number one, vaulting of the content. We paid for that content and it's gone, right? Number two is sit down in there. Number two, the servers don't seem to be performing too well. There's always crashes and error messages and all sorts. So, you know, yeah, it's odd, isn't it? Because you consider that the game's been run for so long, and also if you go to the Crucible sometimes, lengthy waiting periods, and then you play the game and suddenly you get Baboon and Weasel and Anteater and, you know, all these kinds of error messages. And I thought initially it was to do with my new internet connection. Yeah. That's terrible. Yeah. Yeah. No, that's so annoying. As obviously you want to be collecting the loot and get scores, and also if you're with a team, it comes across as a bit more unfair towards randomly selected teams, you know, through matchmaking. But if you've got your own team, you talk to them and learn what the score is. But the other problem I have with Bungie, it's a big problem, is the monetization of late, right? Because what they've introduced is just constantly throwing in things which you need to purchase. And they've gone over the top during the last year, right? Dungeon keys, and then extras, and this and the other. That's all to be included in the game. If you're grinding, you should be able to get it. I mean, it should be optional, right? So if somebody wants to buy it in order to have it, fine. But I can't get it unless I purchase it. Yeah. No, that's ridiculous. That really got me. Yeah. No, I disagree with that completely, and they've just gone up and up with, you know, with monetization. Didn't used to be like this, but I understand this game is extremely expensive, you know, to maintain. It does have costs, but they need to consider other means to which they'll monetize. You can't be squeezing the money from all of us, and then vaulting the content. We paid for it. You know, it just seems unreasonable. Yeah. Well. I think probably the biggest problem they had in recent times was the game's inclusion on the Game Pass, and you know, it looked to me at the time like Destiny and Bungie are going back to Microsoft, right? And you know that they had a long-term alliance with Halo, the first 3 games, right? And they talked a lot, and it just seemed very likely that the game was going to stay on the Game Pass. So I thought, hang on a minute, there's no point of me purchasing all the content, because I'll get it in full on the Game Pass. I'm a subscriber, and you know, that's nice and easy. And that's the way it was. Out of the blue, as they release Halo Infinite, Bungie withdraws, and all the content goes. So suddenly I was fish out of water, you know, I don't have any more the expansions. So it was ridiculous, but I think they probably didn't make a lot of money during that period. And, you know, they had to be recuperating from the pandemic, from the loss. To be fair, they did step in. Infinite was delayed for another year. At the time, we already you know, Xbox prepared Halo consoles and everything, like the big marketing, and that everything just went. But there is a big difference between Microsoft being $1 trillion company and then Bungie. I mean, Bungie obviously heavyweights, but they don't have the same revenue. So that's probably what. And also the servers are very expensive, you know, with massive big multiplayer, constantly needs to be maintained, and with new content and so many people playing it every single day. It's not actually a standalone example. Other games I find are having similar difficulties. I don't know whether you play PUBG or Warzone, and they have server-related issues. They do tend to be happening. Yeah. Warzone, I guess, to the less extent, but PUBG is a game that's so frequently played, and you know, many people still engage with competitions and esports stuff, and they really do not provide proper maintenance. It's really bad. Bots everywhere, cheats, you know. Warzone's better in that respect. It doesn't have the same number of rule breakers, you know. But then can crash, can freeze, can be all sorts of issues which are server related, in addition to people not respecting the rules. Well, I mean, most of these companies have serious problems with storage space, you know, and the game of this magnitude, I mean the sequel, requires a lot of storage and a lot of maintenance, and then, you know, I understand the reasons, but I still think it's grossly unfair towards the customer. Yeah. Yeah. well, in the past, you would get significant discounts after a while, and that's no longer happening. I just didn't want to be investing, what was it, about £30 for that anniversary pack, and you weren't getting anything much of significance in, yeah, it was just like little. And you had that pack, and then Lightfall coming out, and there was something else, like 3 things that you were to be buying at once, amounting to about £100, and I thought, hang on a minute, that's just not, that seems to be, you know, far too expensive. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's just yeah. Well, yes, I remember. Yeah, that's right. You know, they're also still adjusting to the feedback that comes from the community and gamers, and at the end of the day, oh, our friend gets hit in there. The fact is, Destiny's been played by lots of people over the years, and the community is massive. I guess the only other community I can think of as big, correct me if I'm mistaken really, is the Elder Scrolls Online community, because it combines people who played the old games together with the newbies, and you know, it's a massive, it's been around for more than 20 years. Not the online game, but the other ones. And people come up with all kinds of concerns, and many of these are relevant and definitely need to be listened to by the developer, and I think sometimes they act on this. So one of the things that they're receiving in large quantity at one time was the idea that new people were finding it really difficult to join if you know, they had to learn literally everything from scratch. So that's the reason behind the change, leveling up with seasons, and to make it easy for people to come in. But on the other hand, you ask yourself, hang on a minute, I've been grinding for what, several years, and then somebody comes in and he gets the loot which is as powerful straight away. And I'm not sure, you probably wouldn't have heard me talk about this earlier. I had some messages on Reddit linked to the newbies, and this guy said, well, why is it that there are some people who are hating or intensely disliking new players, and they don't want to do anything together with them? So there was a big discussion on the issue, and I just think that the whole idea is flawed. If you want to be training and teaching somebody who's new, well, you need to be patient, you need to take time. It's just normal, like in any circumstances, right? But lots of people have problems with the fact that some new players would migrate to Destiny 2 from some other game, and then guess what? They jump in a raid straight away, or dungeon. And I agree with that. I think that's not on. You need to learn how to play the game, how to craft weapons and, you know, maintain your armor before you go to the pinnacle activity. I guess similar to the strikes, you've seen many times, you do it on random matchmaking. You get people in and they're just literally racing to the end game. They want to get to that boss. They don't do anything else. Just completely ignore everything else. And, you know, that's not the way the developer wanted the game to be played. Or watched, as it goes, on you know, on various streaming forums. So you get that, unfortunately. And what you also get is sometimes people come in indicating they know everything and actually just wanting to boost their ego. They're no teachers or mentors, you know. It's just, and then ranting. No one's listening. Well, you need to be more patient if you have to describe somebody how to be a... Yeah. Well, I played Destiny 2 for a long while, and the other day, myself and Zenith, who is our community member, were going through the advanced weapon crafting and then defocusing of the armor, and defocusing of, well, any pieces really. And, you know, it does take a bit of time to learn. It's just a fact. Oh, our friend got killed in there. Okay, I won't go there. I'll die straight away if I go. There's too many enemies out there. Actually, maybe I'll be able to get in now. See? Oh no. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Oh, we got the boss there. Yeah, he's still very much alive and kicking. I don't have my Galahorn on me. I'm just using Dark Drinker for the ads. Someone else needs to Galahorn him. Actually, I'll tether him. Hang on. Tried to pick up our friend there. Where is he? Ah, what's that? I got hit by something. I was reviving our friend and I got hit by a rocket, I think. I'll respawn in 1 second, so that's fine. There's too many of these out there. Oh, this captain got me. There's too many of them out there. Our friend Freaky is not reviving me. I've revived him already half a dozen times, if not more. I guess he's scared because there are lots of enemies out there. It's the boss that is trying to get... Oh, where's he gone? Come on. Oh no. Oh, two of them behind me. Thank you. I got them. I think our friend is probably a newbie. Eye freak. He's getting respawned there in the middle of What shields did it have? What's going on? Oh, is it? Okay, so that's probably why I'm not able to neutralize any of them. Do it with this rifle then. caught me again. Hey, this bubble. Yeah, our friend iFreak was being hit by Galahorn rockets. That was not pleasant, got to admit. 6 of them at once. He is finally gone. That's good. Mission complete.
Without Malak to channel taken energy here, the blight will abate.
Yeah.
Oryx's shrine will quiet. That is my dream, Guardian.
Can do another one, and then I'll go and pick up my night sunrise,
Like the tomb it
and
is.
then we can do the nightfall. Let's dance a bit. Not sure. Well, we need to check whether the reset already would have taken place, because last week we were getting it. Oh, it says Destiny service will begin maintenance momentarily. Ongoing games will end and players will return to title screen. That's annoying. I guess we can let me just have a look. Let me just have a look whether the maintenance is gonna be for both games at the same time. Ah, we are being booted. Well, we could just talk for a while. Let me just see how long the maintenance is going to be. Just have a look. So that would be on Bungie. Where is it now? Bungie. Where is it now? Bungie Help. 8:15. Oh, for 2 hours. Hang on a minute. Let me just double check. You got it. It's on Bungie Help page, and they say that due to July the 25th, Destiny 2 undergoing the maintenance. Not saying anything about Destiny 1 though. Expected login 10 AM, expected end 12 PM. So 2-hour maintenance by the sounds of it. Destiny server, let me see the rest. Sign on. No, it's fine. Yeah, well, thanks very much for joining us, and I'll see whether the game will resume shortly or within some reasonable length of time, and then I can also invite you back in. I think Zenith probably will pop in as well, and Gale maybe. So if you fancy it, you know, or ping us a message, whatever. And thanks very much for joining us. Really appreciate it. And take care and enjoy God of War. Really a wonderful game. Which one are you playing? The first one or the second one? Oh yeah. Is it now on PlayStation Plus Premium? Well, I've seen just the game trial. I don't think it's accessible as a full game. I have. Yeah. No, the first one is. The first one's been on PlayStation Plus and previously the PlayStation Now for a while. the on the premium you get 2 hours or 5 hours of the trial for the Ragnarok, I'm certain, because I was looking into this. Well, they're a bit cheeky. They've had other AAA blockbusters, for instance Valhalla was there when they launched, and then they've taken it down after a couple of months, and you know, and that's Ubisoft Plus. The AAA blockbusters of Ubisoft are on the Plus scheme, so you need to pay extra £16 a month on Xbox if you want to be accessing these. And well, I guess it's worth it if you want to hammer it the whole month, but you are paying £16 on top of the regular subscription is a bit steep, as I have both the Ultimate and the Premium. So you know, is that yourself, the player maker goat? Or is it somebody else? No, somebody just joined us in here, so I was wondering whether you had a different gamer tag somewhere. No, I love... say again? Yeah. Well, sometimes people have like one user ID on Twitch, the other on TikTok. You know, it's but when it's just one, makes it easy for everyone, because when I see Zenith or see Dark Angel, I know exactly who this is. It's 3 or 4 different ones, and it's hard. I was going to say is with I like God of War. I played the first one, the second one I've not tried yet, and a terrific game, really, one of the best. You played first one? Yeah. Well, that's one of their heavyweights, right, of PlayStations, and then God of War. These are very popular series. And then Death Stranding I played as well. It was quite interesting. Wasn't actually didn't grab me as much as I thought it would. Some really good touches. Well, many more great games to come out of Sony and PlayStation in the future. I mean, are you sort of looking forward to any of the titles that are forthcoming? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, very, very good trailers, and what I've seen so far, good piece that they were screening during the Summer Game Festival. I thought that was really terrific. With what's it called, Venom outfits. You've seen that, so Venom's going to be in there, so that's exciting. And I guess for us on Xbox, we all are hyped up about Starfield. Starfield's coming out on the 6th of September. Yeah. Well, originally, before Microsoft bought Bethesda, which was a couple of years back, this was to be Sony PlayStation exclusive. And after the acquisition, it went the other way. So now it's the Xbox exclusive. So you could see as to why they are saber-rattling, those two companies. And but you know, Sony's failing. Sony doesn't have the infrastructure, and that's basically. And if there's one problem on PlayStation, which always bothered me, was the system of saves. On Xbox, it's all automated. It goes to the cloud straight away. You never have any problems with any games you played over the years, and it's all saved. And on PlayStation, if you are playing, I'm not sure what it's the same. Do you have PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5? Or 5, yeah. Do you have the same sort of method of saves on 5 compared to the previous console? Because I find it really picky. You know, if you're playing a game on the streaming platform, it doesn't save automatically. You need to be importing it to the cloud, and they need to be importing it to the hard drive, and it's just ridiculous. It just should be automated, right? the way it works, I mean, I've got lots of saves on the games I played on the streaming platform. What you need to do is it's being saved separately. So you need to import the save, which is separate from the game, onto the hard drive. So it stays on the hard drive, right? So it's a manual procedure. And then once you imported it onto your hard drive, next time, let's say you purchase the game and you have it on your hard drive, right? It will automatically register the save. But if you play the game on PS Now or PlayStation Plus with all the saves, and let's say you purchase the game later, it will not show up on the physical product, which is on your hard drive, right? Unless you had saved it separately for that manual procedure. You see what I mean? It's just ridiculous. It's just really picky, and many people will just forget. They will not realize that that's the way to do it. I mean, yeah, somebody who played games on the old PCs, I've had plenty of that. So I've been taught a lesson, and I always read a small print to make sure that everything indeed can be saved. So I've not played any games that were, with the saves lost. But unless one was importing it manually, you just wouldn't register. It was the case with The Last of Us Remastered. I played it on PlayStation Now first, and then I bought it. It was given as a freebie, so I had it installed on the hard drive, and then I could see that it wouldn't register. So I said, well, what is going on? And then I realized that I didn't really import. Obviously, I was still a subscriber. I still was able to access my saves. But Xbox is obviously making it very easy. The only difficulty with Xbox at the moment, as it stands today, is their integration of Twitch. You had a separate Twitch app that we're using for streaming before, and a few months ago they decided to integrate into the menu, similar to what they had with the Mixer app, and that's just completely destroyed it. You can't stream off Xbox Series S or X at all. There's no broadcaster sound. It's terrible picture. It's absolutely abysmal, and it's been going on now for about 4 or 5 months. That's the only major downside. Everything else is absolutely tip top. And obviously, as you are on PlayStation 5, the graphics are really top notch, and it's a much higher quality platform console compared to the previous one. When you play Destiny, you can really see the difference. But I play obviously this game, Destiny 1, Destiny 2. When I'm streaming, I'm playing them off my PlayStation 4, and then let's say later I switch to Series S. The attention to detail, illumination, colors, the bright images are just really out of this world. It's completely different. Also the frame rate. For Destiny 1. No, that's true. Well, the sequel does have on Xbox what they call smart delivery, and that is the upgrade to the next gen. And I'm not sure whether they were doing Destiny 1 remaster, so it's probably pretty much the same. And but when I'm playing Destiny 2 on PlayStation 4 and then I migrate to Series S, then I can see the difference. The difference is amazing. The other day we played something which was so incredibly dark, and then you go to Series S and you can really see on Series S it's brightly illuminated. You can see every single detail. But they'll probably produce, well, I'm not sure. The plan that Bungie presented a little while back was for Destiny 1 to be fully imported into Destiny 2. So you have like a big Destiny universe, all the activities are there. Not sure what happened to this. We've had 2 raids, we've had Cosmodrome and a couple of missions brought in. The trials were brought in, and that's it, they stopped. So we still want to have further integration, and I think in due course it's likely, as this game is costing them, and everything is within one universe, then it should all function. But I'm not sure whether that is the direction that they will take, because they've been changing in the last few years. It talked about integrating the story-driven content, more of the story. I actually think that the recent seasons have been quite superior to the old ones. I think that the storytelling was excelling compared to the past. And this season in particular I thought was very good. Not really massive, so it's a small quantity of content, but it is enjoyable, and there's plenty of lore that's connecting you to the Chronicles, the history of Destiny. And what I do know is that the next chapter in the saga, once they complete it with the last DLC, will be all about new activities, the new concept, the new enemies. And the narrative director did say in a recent interview, we'll basically start out on the Vex. The Vex are going to be the next thing. So that's basically the perspective that they have at present. But if you're worried about Destiny disappearing, being reduced, that's not going to happen. They'll carry on with this being the main game. A lot of people got worried after Marathon was introduced, the first new title that Bungie worked on for goodness how many years. And people thought, well, maybe that's going to be the new direction, and it's just a simple PvP game. It's nothing like this. And they want to try with Marathon maybe some different PvP concepts, different ideas that are present in other games, and then they'll probably, if it works, integrate some of it within Destiny universe. I don't know whether you agree with me, but for me the weakest part of both games is the Crucible. I just find it to be completely mundane. It's death matches, very small, very tight maps, and it's just like bang bang, kill kill, get up, kill kill, bang bang, dead. Yeah, it's just, and it's interesting, in this game you'll have quite a group of people who keep hammering it every single day. They kind of love the Crucible, love the adrenaline, and keep doing it again and again. I'm not sure whether they're doing it today, as the servers are not allowing immediate access, long waiting periods, but previously they were coming in, and it's the same group of people, just ignoring everything else in Destiny 1 and just doing the PvP. And ultimately Destiny is not a PvP game, right? It's just one part of it. So it's possible that with Marathon, the new PvP game that they're working on at the moment, they'll be exploring different concepts. Quite frankly, I would quite like the idea of Destiny PvP being similar to Warzone. So it's a very big map, like a one big map. That also changed in recent months. They had initially for a couple of years just one map, and I introduced several. Anyway, cut to say short, a big map where you have to play tactically, and you'll get in maybe 20, 30, 40 different teams to play against each other. Well, that would be interesting, because you would have to be crafting your weapons, tailoring your armor, getting your strategies together, and every single match would be a different one. I mean, I played maybe God knows how many thousands of Warzone matches, and every time you go in, I'd say every time we used to go in, because they've got different maps today, it was a different match. It was a different game. I really kind of loved it, It's the same environment, but people play differently. You need to do different things, and this PvP with death matches is just for me waste of time. And they connected Gambit and Crucible and activities very well with the recent event, which is Solstice. So you need to do a bit of Gambit, a bit of Crucible, a bit of this or that in order to generate leaves and the other materials. But it doesn't bring the same degree of satisfaction or reward for me. I mean, sometimes it's funny and enjoyable if you get. Just bear with me. I've got deployment coming in, I think. Oh, we have Jack Diesel asking, when are Destiny 1 servers back online? I can't log in. Well, my friend, you're not the only one. We are also stranded. We were in a match and we got booted. Actually, fortunately, it was right at the end of our Sealer strike. If we are to be trusting the news and the messages on Bungie Help, it will last about 2 hours. So that should be from 4 o'clock PM UK time to 6 o'clock PM UK time, roughly. Push and shove, maybe extra half hour. So usually it's about 2 hours. We can't access the servers, they're doing the maintenance, and today it is at the right time. So last week I was able to go through the whole afternoon. There was nothing really interfering, and we had already the weekly reset early in the day. So our friend Jack Diesel shouldn't be worried. It's just simply the weekly reset, which is taking place right now. There's nothing you can do. We can just, twiddle our thumbs and sit and wait and chat. Yeah, so we'll see really. We'll see really what happens. Can be. Yeah. But that's... Well, it's more to do with the maintenance of how everything works. It's not like new content, or it's just simply sorting out the glitches or sorting out any problems. And I mean, you've seen with other games, if they had many people participating, then the servers would be crashing, and that's not really been the case with Destiny. I think initially there were some issues, but that's generally the game works fine. So I'm not sure really what other things they need to be repairing every single week, but I'm certain there are plenty, and they have a good team there, and I think generally Bungie are very responsive to what comes in their way from the community. I mean, there's been a bit of hoo-ha about them not responding to some of the demands on Reddit and not responding to some of the messages compared to the past, but I thought they integrated some of the requests quite well with the content, and particularly with the seasonal stuff. They introduced the advanced modding and crafting, and I think that's really what people are asking for right from the start. But it's not for everyone. That's for people who are advanced gamers, people who are going to be playing Destiny for quite some time, and people want to learn. The other guys are casual, they'll come in, pick up any weapons, and it's all good for them. They'll just, do strikes and a bit of Nightfall and campaign, and so it does take a bit of time to learn, and it's picky. It takes time. It's grindy. You need to be grinding for certain mods, right? That's where the trouble is. What's your favorite weapon in the sequel, or your loadout, let's say? Yeah. But that's great, because that's exactly what Bungie wants, They really want people to be trying out different weapons and then modding different bits of armor, and it's just really the best way of doing it. Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, Xenophage is a very good machine gun, and it has explosive rounds, so it's very useful. I was using it the other day for Solstice, and it's like one shot, one kill, and you can obviously choose particular enemies, so it's very useful. It's a bit of a slow load, basically. It takes a bit of time, and but generally it's very effective. Not Dagrinka, but most people like the use of Falling Guillotine being the clone of Dark Drinker, and I use it quite a bit. But I've been using this other, I can't remember what the sword's called. Hang on, I'll have a look at the app. I'll tell you exactly what the sword's called. And I've got really good perks on the sword, so it has like explosive rounds. So if I'm attacking ads, let's say swarms of ads, they all explode. So that's like an add-on to the usual Falling Guillotine spin, and I quite like that. Let me just get the sorry, hang on a minute, that's wrong. Lament, is it good? I've not used it. They nerfed it. You know what's ridiculous? the maintenance is not just for the game, the maintenance is also for the app. So I can't get the app to run properly, and it says that it's just not loading. So I want to tell you a bit about weapons. Anyway, it doesn't matter, I can talk from the top of my head. This sword I picked up, it's from the last season. It's like a big sword, kind of purple, mauvish type of color. And you can also you can get it with red frame, and you can craft a weapon. So that's the one I've been using quite a lot. And previously I go for Falling Guillotine. That really worked well. I think Falling Guillotine is similar to Dark Drinker. It's a proper team effort weapon. So if you are to be bringing on the ads, and the other teammate will have, let's say, Galahorn, right? In order to attack the boss, it just works perfectly strategy-wise. And for me, I play Hunter most of the times. I'll use Tether on the enemies, and then others could really pick and choose whether they want to eliminate them, or I'll go in and eliminate them all. So it's like that sword, and it's a perfect tools for like a maximum team effort in many activities, and I quite you know, I like some of the fusion rifles, very powerful. Trace rifle I've been using a lot, it's very powerful as well, the exotic one. Some shotguns at times for close contact, and then hand cannons generally have always been for hunters the best weapons in both games. It's quite a variety. In the first game it's Imago Loop that I use most of the times. You can get precise bang-on shots and good perks as well, fast loading. So that's really, I mean, generally on the Hunter here in Destiny 1, I'm using Imago Loop, I'm using Darkblade Spite, and then Dark Drinker. So that's the kind of top-notch loadout for me. And then Dark Drinker I'll swap with Galahorn, or I don't know, any other exotic that will be used for the boss. And the armor, you know, doesn't really matter, it varies, could be any. Go for exotic chest piece and then have the rest slotted in. I guess the beauty of Destiny 1 is in having the right perks on various bits of armor, and if you get the right perks then everything works, and you can masterwork them and keep them. It's just that still, similar to the sequel, there are very many which you can pick up, and I've got to say I've been a bit careless by not checking the perks. I've said it before, just deleted, and then later realized, oh, actually they have better perks than the one I've got. So, but it's just a sheer quantity, you know, the vault, and then your postmaster's got lots of items, and you just get fed up. The problem I have with the inventory in Destiny 1 is it's very picky. You've got to be picking up stuff from the postmaster, put it into your inventory, and then you need to be deleting it or vaulting it. So it's very time consuming. It's much better in the sequel. You can very quickly select, delete, and you can crack on with anything else. But I think they've done it like that in the original game in order to provide a healthy people who are hammering certain activities, you know, because they have to take time and they can kind of cool off a bit. In the sequel it's not quite like this. It's much easier to resolve, and you can quickly delete, quickly change everything. But also the quantity of loot that you're getting if you're doing pinnacle activities in Destiny 2 is phenomenally great. I mean, your postmaster can be literally filled up if it's completely empty with some of those pinnacle activities. You get so much loot, and the complaint coming from various community members is about the usefulness of the loot. So, well, this loot is just, yeah, no use to us. We've got the best weapons, what's the idea? And I've seen the same thing happen in Diablo 4 now. You know, the new season kicked off, Season 1, Diablo 4, and everyone's complaining about the loot and the rewards they're getting for side missions. They said, well, very grindy, but what we're getting is rubbish. So they better, you know, nerf the whole thing, or better improve the quantity of loot that they'll be getting. I've not played it. I mean, I played Diablo 4 beta and server slam, but I've not purchased the game yet. A great game though. You played the original game, Diablo 1 or 2? Those very good games, yeah. Particularly the sequel. The sequel is still considered the best. And I managed to get the big pack of Diablo 2 Ultimate Edition as well as Diablo 3 Ultimate, like everything included, just before, I think it was just before Diablo 4 was released. On Xbox they offered it for £12. So it's absolutely phenomenal quantity and quality of everything that came together with the pack. Diablo 2 and Diablo 3, literally both Ultimate Editions, the entire content, everything they ever released, for £12. So that was really good. But you know, Destiny 1 is still very expensive on PlayStation and Xbox. They're not offering it on discounted rates generally, and they're selling the Destiny is called the collection, isn't it? The Ultimate Edition. It's got all the content. Yeah. So you guys do raids on Fridays and Saturdays or any time? Uh-huh. Yeah, that's the same for everyone. Yeah. Well, that's just the same for everyone nowadays, you know, considering the costs. People work weekends, nights, mornings, every time, you know, hardly anyone able to get any free time. I've seen that in my local area as well. I mean, obviously in Glasgow things are expensive, but just try to think what it's like in London. It's astronomy. It's just unbelievable. They offer flats rental for 2k a month. They start with 2k a month. I mean, and then obviously public transport up here is extremely expensive. So yeah, traveling to suburbs, and the vast majority of people don't live in London. They live in surrounding areas. Season ticket 6k minimum. So it's really hard, tough on everyone. I don't see it in my immediate environment, you know, because we are kind of well settled and significantly kind of better run than some other local councils, and but everyone is feeling the pressure when it comes to the revenue and the work, and obviously the prospects. People are worried about losses of jobs and, you know, future. It's really all sorts of issues. But coming back to the raids, I just asked you because I are from our community always doing the raids on Fridays and Saturdays, and trials as well. I think are trials still run? They still are run. Not here in Destiny 1, D2, yeah, because they migrated to D2 and still very popular. People do them, and I know lots of people, yeah. Well, I just seen that we have a new community member, Master Kenshin. Thank you for joining us, Master Kenshin. Much appreciated. Thank you. Hope you're going to enjoy our community chats, and so that here, this is a channel that supports charities and those amongst us who are less fortunate. So we have lots of Destiny veterans who come in and help out others with, you know, basic tasks and the process of learning how to play Destiny 1 and 2, and we just completed our charitable fundraiser for Bungie Foundation this weekend. My channel, we raised $100, met in full. Actually, it was $105. The target was 100, but we sort of exceeded the amount through our donors, and altogether with other streamers, we had raised more than $1 million for Little Lights and the foundation. So that was really quite remarkable. It was a phenomenal amount. The target for the foundation was 777,777, right? So that'd be like more than $700,000, but the overall amount exceeded 1 million, which is almost like 25% up. and I was truly delighted to have participated. That's really wonderful, and we'll do it again. Presently, we are supporting here on the channel our charity here in Britain called Mind, the charity that supports difficulties or mental health problems, and that is what we are collecting funds for. So welcome, Master Kenshin. Very good to see you. Right, coming back to what you said, we have here quite a few raiders. People asked for raids on the channel, and I was always a bit skeptical, as raids are highly competitive, and also previously had this poor quality internet, so I didn't really want to be hampering everyone's effort by lagging and causing problems. But we are going to have lots of raids here as part of the fundraiser. So anytime we reach a milestone, we'll throw in like a separate community-based event, which is going to be dedicated to nightfalls and raids in particular. For here. Yeah, lots of people say that. Yeah, lots of people say that. Yeah. And then you guys get together, your clan, you do the same raids, or do you get new members of the clan, or how does it work? Yeah. Well, you're probably able to do it really fast then. You've done it many times, right? You just race through it, which is really good fun. We have one member here. His user tag is Ali God. Have you played with him? Yeah, he holds the world record for several activities, for the Court of Oryx, and what was the raid? Wrath, yeah. He said, I can't exactly remember. He was giving us the figures. It just actually accidentally popped up. He is a fantastic gamer who is very attentive to the newbies, and always likes coming in, and he never mentioned anything about that, and that literally transpired to discussions live online via other people who know Ali and who play together with him. And I thought this was just really remarkable. You have somebody who holds the world record, and he never mentions anything about it. That's always the very best sign about the character of the person. Do you know what I mean? Because he knows he is able to do that in no time, and if necessary he can teach people how to do it, yet never ever is that mentioned up front, which I think is terrific. And anyone who is interested in doing it like that, anybody who is a company, can hook up with Ali via the channel and ask for some advice. He'll almost certainly have some tips. And Zenith's here. Hello, howdy everyone. Hello Zenith, how are you doing? See you. I'll actually bring Zenith in. Just bear with me. Do you want to come in, Zenith, so we can chat? We have our friend here from Glasgow and myself. We are chatting, waiting for Destiny to come back in. Would you like to join us? I can send you an invite, and we can talk together. Actually, I'll just try to add you, and you can obviously step in if you like, or bear with me. Yeah, sure, no worries. Oh, Zenith is saying that we cannot hear the person you're speaking with. Oh, right. I'm surprised because we've got the. I'll ask him because we have party enabled. We are talking to the PlayStation Party, so he should be able to be heard. I'm really surprised you can't hear him. Zenith says that he cannot join. Mysterious, do you have your privacy settings on private or something? I've just heard from Zenith that they can't actually hear you for some reason. I don't know why, because you should be heard. Yes, please, if you can, yeah, because obviously people can just temporarily. Obviously, once we're talking live on air,
Yeah.
you can disallow that later, so people can actually hear what we're debating.
Sure that.
Zenith will be able to say whether he can hear you once you change it. And we have our friend Mysterious Pirate in here. Hello, how are you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Thank you. How are you doing, sir? Good to see you. We have Zenith and Mysterious Pirate. We have Dark Angel in here. So things our friends will be able to confirm whether they can hear you. If you switch it back on.
I have. I switched up.
Yeah.
Well, they should be able to hear me now.
Yeah. Can you hear our friends from Glasgow in there? Anyone can hear?
They should be able to. Hello.
Are we all audible? You know, the privacy settings sometimes are posing a serious difficulty, particularly with cross-platform. And oh, excellent! Mysterious Pirate says I can hear very well. Excellent. That's cool. Well, I just want to explain to our viewers that sometimes when we get cross-platform access, albeit this is not the case in this instance, as our friend is also on PlayStation, it is sometimes difficult to get everyone to be heard due to the privacy settings. That's particularly difficult on Xbox, less so on PlayStation. And then we can have sometimes 3 or 4 people talking, and then some are heard and others are not. When you watch people's streams on Twitch, you will get that frequently. If somebody's platform, let's say the broadcast is on a PC, and then on a PC you'll hear everyone who's connected to whatever channel, and then somebody who's playing on PlayStation or Xbox will not be heard due to the privacy settings, which is terrible, but that's unfortunately the way it is. We always want everyone to be, and I much prefer people to be on the same platform to avoid these problems, and obviously to have the privacy settings enabled for everyone to be heard as we run interesting discussions. And then, you know, it's obviously people watch it on playback and learn sometimes from our descriptions and walkthroughs and tips and everything else. So how are Zenith and Mysterious Pirate? How are you gentlemen today? We are just sitting here waiting for Destiny to come back on. We were cut off. We just completed a Siva strike, and we were about to commence with Nightfall, and then guess what? We were booted. We had messages indicating Destiny was about to commence with maintenance, and we need to wait until it comes back on. Nothing we can do, really. And not just that it's Destiny 1 that doesn't work, the sequel doesn't work, and the app doesn't work. So everything is being fixed at the moment. Myself and our friend were talking about raids, and we just touched on what raids are most popular. And I think you said you liked Wrath the best. So what actually makes it the best, or what makes it different from the rest?
Well, for me, it's probably the loot and the mechanics. Because me personally, I enjoyed the sniper having different elements and all that, unlike other raids. And for me, it was the length as well. Didn't feel too short, didn't feel too simple. Because the second last encounter, everyone has to do something on both difficulties, which is what I enjoy. Is because by the time you've gotten to that point, you know what to do with the bombs and all that.
Yeah. it's a proper team effort raid as well. Everyone needs to be doing something. Everyone needs to be fully engaged, and that makes it really enjoyable, and I guess hard working. Won't be like one twiddling the thumbs and waiting. Actually, everyone needs to join in and do exactly the same. Yeah, I think I like it as well. We've done another raid, Kreuter raid, recently as a 3-piece, and we managed to complete it. It was Zenith, myself, and Lupus Arius, and it was great fun. You know, it just as a 3-piece, it was a bit of a struggle with that bridge. It did take us a bit of time to get over the bridge, but then once we were there, everything was fine. And we tried it also on another night without Lupus Arius. Oh, we have Mysterious Pirates saying, yep, Wrath of the Machine is a lot of call out and paying attention. I agree, absolutely. Well, I'm not sure whether you were with us early in the broadcast. I had some messages on Reddit that came in through Destiny the game, and I was reading out the ones which I consider to be interesting and definitely important for our community members. And one of them in there was exactly about the kind of attention and preparation that needs to go into every single raid. I guess our friend is playing with his clan and frequently, so they won't need to be preparing as much, because obviously it's the same crew and people know what to do. But that raid will require a lot of preparation if one is doing it with new people, or those who were not there within the same group previously. So preparation, planning, discussing in advance prior to doing it is essential. We have another member, Vishla. Hello Vishla, how are you doing? Thank you very much for joining our community of Destiny gamers here on our channel. Thank you so much for that. Hope you enjoy our community-based content. We talk a lot in here. We support charities. We support people who are a bit more vulnerable than the rest of us, or less fortunate, people with suffering with certain illnesses or disabilities. A channel that is open to everyone and anyone, you know, family friendly, all inclusive, and obviously always here with our community members in order to help others, be it within the game or in any other way. So thank you for joining us, Vishla. Yeah, coming back to that, it's the preparation. So do you guys prepare, or do you know exactly what to do every single time? Or do you change?
What to do.
Yeah, do you change gear sometimes and do different tasks?
Sometimes, yeah. Yeah, sometimes.
Yeah, so everyone's like versatile. Not everyone's holding the same position at all times. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds good. That's. Do you also stream sometimes, or do you have anything live on Twitch?
Oh no, I don't stream.
No, I mean anybody from the clan. Maybe somebody else is recording.
There is one sometimes, yeah.
Yeah, so if you have any footage of your raids and what you were doing, just ping us a message once you get it, and we'll be glad to share it, because sometimes we share the community-based content. Like for instance, if you go to my Twitter, you'll see the bundle that Zenith received after he had donated, and then we were sort of displaying it live online for people to see what actually the benefit is, in addition to obviously saving lives, which is the greatest and the most important benefit. What people get as bundles, what people get through the bundles which are provided via Bungie Foundation. So the bundles were really very pretty to look at, with that heart-shaped big balloon and the hearts and a special ghost, and it's just like literally it's a very good thing to see. So I've taken a clip, and then it's on Twitter for people to see, not just for the members of our community, but for everyone else who is interested in participating in such events. I just want to stress that anyone who's donating will be getting a kind of a gear that you cannot get anywhere else. You can't actually buy it. It's strictly speaking linked to the charitable fundraiser, and therefore it is very unusual. It's quite rare. In fact, there were about 1,900 roughly participants with a campaign that was lasting roughly 2 weeks, and I think the number of the participants combines the streamers and the donors together. I don't think it was just the streamers, right? It's the streamers and the donors together, and as you could see, we were able to raise more than $1 million together as a joint force. And on a channel we raised $105 for Little Lights and Bungie Foundation. And our friend Vishla says, no worries. Well, thank you. Thank you for coming in, and thank you for connecting with our Destiny community, and hope you have a lot of fun here. I stream frequently, and we have lots of people who join us from time to time, and some people come every day. And you know, our community is full of Destiny veterans. The vast majority are people who play Destiny from day one. So if you are a Destiny veteran, you'll be able to join at any time. And also, if you want to be learning or completing some tasks, you can always ask, and there are going to be many of us here who would volunteer to help and volunteer to assist any of these tasks that still need completion. In fact, recently Zenith, who had played Destiny 2 for many thousands of hours, began his journey in Destiny 1. So through our activities here, and through connectivity with some of our veterans, Zenith was able to get some pinnacle weapons, like for instance Dark Drinker and Black Spindle, and then there was another weapon, I remember there were several that we had completed, and that's exactly what we do here. You know, we help. And Wishla says, I joined just before the Taken King. Oh, fantastic. So you've been with the game for quite some time. And the Taken King was the best expansion of Destiny 1. It changed the structure of the game, and people always love it and still talk about it, and the period where the game was taking shape, you know, the game that we play today. So that's terrific. And many people in here have been with Destiny from day one. They played it you know, from its original release date, so they know everything. And we have also a group of people who come in order to learn. So it's a mixture. It's always really good fun. Right, so coming back to the raids, what was I telling you? Yeah, we've done Kreuter raid as a 3-piece, and we'll be doing quite a selection once we reach milestones for the fundraiser. So I want the raids to be delivered within a specific, within a different community-based event, similar to what we had this weekend, and then we'll get our veterans together to do the raid with those who've been donating, because sometimes the veterans will be also the donors. It'll be good fun. We'll have a bit of entertainment with quizzes and polls and rewards which are being given to the donors. And I've got to say, I was very, very elated and very delighted with the results of the weekend campaign. I caught it at the tail end due to, I guess, just assuming that Bungie Day was going to be lasting for 3 days rather than 2 weeks, and that's obviously my bad planning. And for the first time, I actually actively participated with any of the Bungie Foundation fundraisers, and it turned out to be very, very successful and very enjoyable, highly beneficial. Asked everyone to watch the video, which I posted there, of Wyatt, who was suffering from brain tumor and had several surgeries and lost his sight in one eye and was partially blind in the other. He really was helped tremendously by Bungie and Destiny Online community to the process of his recovery. And he talks on the in the documentary about the struggle and about the experience of the darkness and the light, and how he connected with the Destiny's idea that the darkness would be fought by the light, and it couldn't have been more poignant than that, really. It's just absolutely extraordinary. And he connected with many Destiny gamers and became a very active member of Destiny Community Online, eventually being offered a special day at the Bungie headquarters, which is what this documentary had immortalized. So I really invite everyone to have a look at it. It's really, on one hand, it is extremely emotional and heartbreaking. On the other, it tells you what power the gaming communities online actually hold, if we want to be using that power for us, the force of good, in order to create something that is initiating changes that are having an impact on someone's life, and therefore making that person's life to be a lot better. So that's a very good documentary, and I really highlighted it everywhere, and I will be reposting it many, many times, because when you see the faces of those people who meet Wyatt in there, it's just absolutely extraordinary. Because obviously they're tearful, knowing what struggle he's gone through, but also they're tearful because they feel so humbled that their work had contributed to somebody's recovery. Not just their work, but the work of the entire Destiny community online and people who he connected with. So it's via Twitch, via various other online forums, and that's just truly amazing. In fact, I'll give you the video back straight away. I posted it earlier, and let me just type and give you the information. So we'll say why documentary, and we'll pick up the link. Just bear with me a second. It will take me a second to copy and paste. Just absolutely amazing experience. So just think about the experience for him. He survived those terrible tumors, and then he went to Bungie headquarters, was met by his heroes, and obviously given some special rewards and goodies, and it was quite extraordinary. And him being able to walk to the studios and see the statues and see the the models that we use for the animations and everything else is it's extraordinary. Sorry, you were going to say something.
Wasn't he also given like an exotic scout rifle in Destiny 1?
It's very possible.
That was only,
yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I heard that there was a guy that was given an exotic scout rifle when he was having tumors and all that.
That is him.
He chose to play Destiny.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
Because he was the only one that had the scout rifle. No one else could get it.
Well, it's the best possible gift that he could receive, and well aligned with the struggle and the recovery that he was able to get. And I just think that the whole video is so educational. It does tell us that uniting these forces around the world can produce phenomenal therapeutic results. And being a senior mental health professional myself, I always thought that the capacity for that degree of engagement was there, but it was down to us, down to our communities, to use it appropriately. So if we want it to be the force of good, it will be. And if we want it to be, can you see this on chat? What's been said? What does that mean? I don't understand. Can you see it? Because I have a moderator who is informing me that there's something inappropriate in the chat. So what is that supposed to mean?
Let's see. No, I don't see anything. No, don't see anything. Last thing I see is Master Kenshin saying the name of the gun.
What are you trying to say, Master Kenshin? Because moderators not allowed your messages to be posted in the live forum. What were you trying to say?
Just so far, well, it's like he's just the gun that was given to the player who had the tumor.
But it's exotic scout rifle you were referencing. Is that the rifle? Is that the actual rifle that you mentioned there?
Yeah, the Fate of All Fools. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, thanks very much for clarifying. I've got to explain what's happening actually to our friend, because obviously I realize you joined our community. You were referring to what Wyatt received. I have two moderators, who monitor the content which is written, and then they take action if certain words or certain kinds of things are being said or displayed, and they basically prevent those words or those comms to go into the public forum. And as it goes, the words used in there were considered by the mods as inappropriate. So I just want to clarify that this was linked to the rifle, and indeed these were. So that's all good. You needn't worry. I'll inform the mods about this, and it's all fair and square. So thanks for that. And yeah, I'm glad that you were also aware of Wyatt and the documentary. I just think these types of events and these types of therapeutic activities are so beneficial, and I just want to get as many people from our community and other communities to be fully involved, to become aware of what the overall results of that therapeutic engagement really were. And he is the best possible example. And he talks from heart when he describes his, as you've seen in the documentary, about the struggle, and they even displayed pictures of him when he was a child prior to the operation. It's really heartbreaking. But at the same time, it is giving us a picture of what the Bungie Foundation and Little Lights actually do. A child like that in hospital is terrified, and their work is making it more bearable, and it is going to be, dispelling fears and alleviating pressures and giving them tablets and tech for the children to engage with the world of video gaming, and those children will feel a lot better. In addition, they can talk to their family, friends, schoolmates, everyone else who is far away from them as they're in hospital. And I gave my personal example the other day as I was introducing the fundraising campaign. I had to go to hospital when I was about age 3, and wasn't emergency surgery, it was just like a routine surgery. It was the first time I would have been taken away from my parents or my grandparents as a child, and I was terrified. Hospital was big, cold, the way a child experiences these kinds of situations. And then in addition to that, I was in bunk bed next to a child who suffered facial burns. Don't know what happened to him, but I had to look at him because I was in the bed looking at him, and for me this was like walking into a horror film. I had absolute nightmares for months after that. So just think, if Little Light were available at the time, we're talking about quite a few years back, as I'm obviously a mature gamer, I would have been feeling a lot better. The fear, the terror, the coldness, the horrors of the experience. I mean, the surgery was routine, it was nothing major, but me as a child, I was feeling terrified. It's the first time taken away from parents, from my family environment, to a hospital, and you're there obviously with nurses and doctors who were very nice and very kind. The children's hospital, but still the experience was of fear. I didn't know what was going to happen. I also feared maybe I'm never going to come back to my parents and stay in hospital for the rest of my life. It's just like a childlike fears. So having that charity, working with children and also providing those kinds of services is tremendous, and it certainly gives us a huge amount of hope for the future. I just want to also commend Microsoft and Xbox for doing something similar at St. Jude's Hospital in the US, and all of you who are watching from the US, you'll be more than familiar with the hospital and the works completed. But there's another documentary, and I haven't got it actually with me today, but I'll be posting it. I'll be posting it in the near future. It's a documentary similar to this one, in which you learn about the process by which they gave the technology and made the infrastructure at that hospital for children to use Game Pass and Xbox consoles. And it was a similar sort of thing, just on a grander scale. They have obviously a lot more capital, and they own the infrastructure which is necessary for such services, and those children in St. Jude's benefited tremendously. In fact, I want to say to our friend from Glasgow, have you seen, do you go to cinema at all much, or watch films in cinema?
Sometimes with my dad, yeah.
Yeah, the reason I ask is that I go to Cineworld. I have unlimited pass, and I watch all the new releases there every week. And what really was particularly humbling recently was also a mini documentary made by Cineworld about a hospital in Glasgow, where Cineworld partnered with that hospital to create a mini cinema in a hospital for children to watch films, basically to have the same sort of experience like the children in St. Jude's and the hospitals where Little Light and Bungie Foundation are fully involved. So it was very interesting. It's a small documentary. You can obviously access it on YouTube as well. If you put down Cineworld Hospital Cinema Glasgow, right, on YouTube, you will get this. It's only about less than 5 minutes long, and the hospital staff and children talk about the rewarding experience and the difference which they felt after the mini cinema was introduced. So it's really extraordinary, and I got to know it obviously through my screen. And again, another service that is making that hospital stay for the children more bearable. And I can assure you, if children in that hospital in Glasgow can simply walk in and watch some Disney animated films or something of the liking, they will forget about illness. They will forget about the fear and the stresses which that kind of hospital mission is triggering off in them. So wonderful services, and they need to be absolutely supported by us all. And I'm sure our friend could also vouch for this. In Britain we have very many charities, but I feel that in recent times, the public awareness of the importance of such charities had been fading. People have been more preoccupied with everyday ills, particularly the pandemic, and then the cost of living and everything else. And we need to be constantly reminding people in our community as to why these charities are so incredibly important, because any of us can become ill. Any of us can become disabled, or we can suffer consequences of serious illness, like for instance with COVID. Many people have developed illnesses after they managed to get rid of the virus. And we are all vulnerable. We all sadly are not protected against these types of situations and illnesses, and therefore these charities are there to help us at the time of the need. And therefore I support quite a few. I worked for several charities in the past, long term, and I just think that awareness needs to be raised, awareness amongst the community members, both online and face-to-face and elsewhere. So obviously I can ask our friends who are participating here live online to share some of this news. If you've seen the video in there, share that video on your social networking platform. Share it as something that is truly humbling and inspiring, and something that will help other people's lives. You'll present others with the method of recovery, which is perhaps not well known to everyone. You've seen in media, we always hear that video games are always about killing. Well, let people watch that video, see the difference. It's fun, isn't it? You see so many things on TV and medias when they talk about Call of Duty and violence in games, but when you look at the overall number of titles produced, so we're talking about a very, very fertile, very buzzy type of environment which is today producing games and titles on an industrial scale. Very small number of these games, it's a very small number of these games are violent, yet these are amongst the most popular. So many different games on Game Pass, indie developers, obscure titles on PlayStation Plus Premium. Loads of indie games, like Japanese games, beautiful storytelling, very similar to Japanese animated films. And it is just curious to me as to why the attention is not given to the games that are of kind of educational nature, that are training children and people to do, for instance, different sim games when you're building cities, where you are managing finance. You've had recently Farm Simulator, teaching you how to be doing farming. Flight Simulator, people can become pilots if they play this game for quite some time. Obviously they need to go to school for that as well, in addition to, don't get me wrong, but the interest can be generated for those kids to become involved with something which is thus productive. We don't hear much about this in the news. We only hear about criminal things, violence and all of that. So I think we need to, as a community, dispel some of those myths and produce the news and information that will give others somewhat different perspective on what video gaming communities are about. I'm not saying one can do things seriously wrongly. If one is hammering the games 12, 24 hours a day, not having any rest, seriously can be affecting someone's health. But that's not the reason as to why the games have been created. That's why we play them. Our friend Master Kenshin says servers up. Let's see whether the server is up. If it is, we are going to be able to join in and crack on with some activity. That's pretty good. Thank you very much for letting us know, Master Kenshin. Really appreciate it. Let us see if we can connect. We were considering doing this weekly Nightfall Strike, and yeah, it looks like it will work. That's very good. Anybody else wants to join us? We have our friend Dark Angel there, and myself.
Well, but I was probably going to head off for a bit and take a break.
You take a break, yeah?
So, yeah, probably going to take a break for a little bit.
That's no worries. Thanks very much indeed for joining us. It's been a pleasure. And feel free to pop in at any time when the broadcast is up and running.
Yeah,
Always
I'll
great
be
to
back
have
on
some
there
of our
today or
fellow
tomorrow.
Brits, you know, because we don't get many Brits here. We get people from all over the world, and I don't know why, but not many British video gaming veterans are playing Destiny at the moment. So I don't know what the reason for that is. So it's always great to have a, you know, a variety, and we have some of our own present on the channel. So that's all something that we look forward to. So thanks very much for joining us, and have a good break, and then we'll catch up another time.
Yeah.
All the best. Take
See you
care.
later.
Indeed.
You too.
Thanks very much, Master Kenshin, for letting us know. I just want to see if we have anybody else who wants to join us. Our friend wants to take a break. He's got other things to do. He's been with us for a couple of hours, and I'm just grateful that he has been indeed participating with this lively online discussion whilst we were waiting for the service to resume, and we've got everything up and running, so that's pretty good. We have Shaba in there. Maybe Shaba will join us. We'll ask him a bit later. Let's see. We'll go to... Well, we don't have to go anywhere. In fact, we can go and do weekly story playlist, the new one. Let's see what the mods are. Grounded. Players take more damage while airborne. Specialist. Special weapon damage is favored. Heroic, enemies appear in greater numbers and are more aggressive. So let's see again. Grounded, when you're airborne, taking more damage. So we shouldn't be jumping. Special weapon damage is favored. Enemies appear in greater numbers and are aggressive. Okay, let's have a look. Earth and Moon mission playlist. Let's crack on with some fierce activity here in Destiny 1. After that, we'll do some Seavers, and then if anyone wants to join us, we'll have our weekly Nightfall strike, because we were considering that early on today, but the server cutoff had prevented us from doing it. I want to thank Zenith for gifting the subscription to Master Kenshin. Thanks very much, Zenith, for that. Truly appreciate it.
Right? If you want to get your sparrow, we can be in the Forgotten Shore in seconds.
Thank you so much for that. You have granted many subscriptions to our new members of late, and I really cannot thank you enough. You know, it's so humbling, so great, and every one of those members will enjoy the subscription and their participation here with our forum. So thank you so much for that. Really appreciate it. Looks how I'm doing that by myself. Well, that's right, because it's a weekly story mission. I forgot about that. It's to do with Seavers or joint activities. So let us see. Ah, that's not the right way. I need to go up there somewhere, right?
We're approaching the shore. The Fallen are using some sort of signal amplifiers. Let's see what they're transmitting.
Oh, we got somebody else there. Okay. Well, this is what we want to see, for those guys to be burning. So the single amplifier is up here. Ah, he was resolved as well. All of them at once. That was pretty good. Didn't have to do anything very much.
Give me a second. Some kind of distorted signal, not fallen. Let's check the other one.
I guess it was to do with the interference. I was disturbed, therefore the whole thing didn't register. Doesn't matter. We completed this. We'll go up there. Yep. That was not the best thing to do. There it is. Another amplifier that needs scanning.
The same transmission. They're both linked to something in Skywatch. Let's check it out.
Infiltrate the Skywatch. So we need to check this out. That's up there, as you can see. Yep. Well, I remember these guys when I started out the Destiny universe initially. They would be always getting me, you know? The invisible enemies, 3 of them coming together with daggers. And I would always die. So I leveled up and learned a bit more about the game over the years. This was indeed happening. No more. Let me see then. These were for me the most lethal enemies. 3 of them coming in at once. And just get in there. And wait a minute, there was another one left somewhere. Where is he? Ah, no one here, so we can just nicely, calmly, peacefully deploy our ghost.
The Fallen are trying to access these machines, but something is fighting back. This will take some time.
Oh, he did not come near me. He knew that this tether was going to affect him. Never mind, we'll do the rest. Ah, that was annoying. Well, nearly got eliminated in there. That was close. That was miscued somewhat. Okay. Come on, where's he gone? Hiding in there, cheeky.
Okay, I've pulled out everything they managed to steal. We should destroy this thing.
We should destroy this thing. Ah, it's already finished. Alright, that was nice and easy. It wasn't very difficult, was it? Very easy.
Russian. Legends are true. A war mine did survive the collapse. Rasputin, an AI built to defend Earth. He faced the darkness and survived. And he's protecting something here in the Cosmodrome. We have to find a way to reach him.
Well, this was nice and easy, just literally strolled through it, and we'll do some Seabus. I'll see whether there is anybody else who wants to join us. For some of these, I always prefer when we have our community members together with us. Let me see, roster. Zenith and Shaba. We can invite Shaba. Let's see whether he wants to join us. And Zenith will invite as well. See whether Zenith wants to join us. We'll wait in the orbit to see what our friends want to join us. If not, then we'll crack on with some Seabus. We still have about an hour left of our stream, so that should be all very fierce, enjoyable, and full of action. We combine lots of action with lots of talking. I know some people are sometimes saying, when is the action going to come up? But you know, this channel's called the Abby Miller Gaming Dialogue, so we talk. I'll just wait for our friends to see whether they want to join us. I don't know whether our friends are watching or doing something. We'll see. We'll just take a moment and we'll see whether they want to join us. I like playing Destiny with others, you know. I don't like doing solo. That's not really something that this game was created for, and I enjoy the activity with other friends and other community members. So sometimes waiting is definitely worthwhile. You get your people in, and then you have a lot more fun. You've heard from our friend Dark Angel. He said that he has his clan, and they frequently play raids on Fridays and Saturdays, and sometimes they do trials, and sometimes they race for certain activities. So easy to do that when you have your team fully on board, when you know exactly what people are doing. Alright, we'll just wait still for a moment for Shaba and for our friends Zenith to see whether they want to join us. We'll see. Looks like our friends are busy. See that again. See what our friends want to join us. Zenith just popped in, I guess. Shaba is there. Okay, so I think Zenith says that it's not allowing me to join because of a NAT problem. Really? From my end or from your end? Well, I'll tell you what we do. I'll do the I'll leave the game and I'll come back in. It may resolve it. Let me see. It's possible that there's been some sort of change with the maintenance. So we'll try that again. We'll see whether it works better with me coming back in. Or if you're live, you can send me an invite and I can join your game. We can try that. Do you want me to a party invite as well, so we can talk live online if these issues need to be tackled? Just let me know. Either way is fine. I'll if I send you a party invite, we can talk then live online and try to remedy this, because that problem is to do with one's own internet connection network, and I've got on my router NAT strict. It's by default. I can't alter it or change it or anything like that. It's just simply you'll see when it loads the orbit, it'll give the message saying that NAT strict is set up here on my network. It's just the way things are. I can't alter it. I discussed it with my ISP initially. I see. Okay. Then it says that he's currently working, won't be able to join the chat. No problem at all. We'll try. What you can do is when I log in now, try sending me an invite to your game, right? Just when I log in, and then now there's some issue with servers being contacted. It could be still the aftermath. No, here we are. You can try sending me your own invite. Let me see. Oh yeah, now we'll try it. Fine. Yeah, no, it worked. It was probably to do with the reset. That's it. You're in. Just bear with me a second. I need to nip out for 30 seconds, yeah? And bear with me. I'll be back in 30 seconds. And just if you let me know, is there any activity you would like to do? Anything you prefer? Are you alright with Sivas and Nightfall? Do a couple of Sivas to warm up, and then we do the Nightfall strike. One Siva to warm up, and then Nightfall. What do you think? Be back in a second. Just bear with us. Alright, my friends, I'm back. We'll be able to crack on immediately. We'll just see whether we can bring in Shaba. Let's see whether Shaba wants to talk. We'll send a party invite to Shaba. Let's see whether he wants to join us to talk. Well, we can, I guess, crack on with some activities. Hello there. Can you hear me? I still can't hear you. Your mic's muted there for some reason. On the screen, you could see, maybe it's just manually muted or something. Oh, there you are. Oh, hello. How's it going?
Going good, going good. Sorry, I'm gonna be I'm streaming too. Sorry. I'm playing music with mine, so I'm gonna be on mute for a little while.
That's fine, yeah. Just that's fine, because obviously we don't want to be interfering with each other, and also with music, I must not be having any music on my stream which is not licensed. Do you know what I mean? So any music which would come in would actually cause me a copyright strike. Right. So music must not be on the... No worries. All good, all good. Yeah, we'll crack on as usual.
Yep.
No worries. Alright, so we've heard that our friend is indeed busy with his own stream, and we're actually being brought back to the old time, Shaba, right? Because we are doing what we used to be doing, where both of us were streaming at the same time a little while back. It goes back by 4 or 5 years, and you know, good fun. But whenever you have two streamers doing their own broadcast, then the sound has got to be muted, which is logical to prevent any form of unwanted interferences, as we all talk to our community members, and there are different community members engaging with both of our channels at the same time.
If I'm understanding him correctly, it's a distress call. There are so few ballet fans left, Guardian. It'd be a shame to lose him.
Can't believe this. Error code B. So what is this error code B? I don't believe it. I apologize to our friends Shaba and Zenith. I don't know what's going on. We just had maintenance, so that shouldn't be happening. Everything should work fine. So listen to this. Bee, fly and lion error codes can be caused by general disconnections between you and the various routes your traffic takes across the internet to get to Bungie. This includes packet loss or disconnections between your home network and Bungie, such as ISP saturation or general internet congestion. So how do we fix the error code B? Restart the game or the system, evaluate the Destiny 2 server status, verify integrity of game files on Steam, enabling static IP address. I think this is still linked to the reset, one by the other. So that's what it is. Ah, well, that's annoying. That is annoying, and that's nothing that I can do anything about, right? Sadly. We just had the reset. Things should be working perfectly well, but as you could see, these problems are persisting. What can I do? We'll go back to our friends and we'll try to join their... Let me see. Can we join the game now? So we are connecting to Zenith's fire team. Hopefully we'll be able to jump in. There we are. That's fine. And let me see. I'm the fire team leader. Let me see whether we can join Shaba. Right? See. Let's see. Join fire team. So we can jump into his team there. Yeah. Bring the fire team with me. Oh, that's fine. We're all there then. Cool. So we can be doing Sivas. Let's hope everything works. What are the mods? Airborne, Ironclad, enemies have shields, small arms, primary weapon is favored, and heroic. Lots of enemies will be attacking us at all times. Very good. Finally, we are getting it all resolved. I'm just fearing that B yet again, but I don't think it will be happening yet again. It's to do with the reset, my friends. The reset was just applied half an hour ago, so that's probably what it is.
The House of Devils marked you as public enemy #1 after you trashed their prime servitor, but your old friend Sepix Prime is back, and apparently better than ever thanks to the Devil Splicers and Siva. Zavala is not too happy about the idea of the Splicers playing Godmaker, and I can't blame him.
So what you're saying is it's time we return to the scene of the crime. I'm sure the Fallen will be happy to see us.
So let's see, we've got another Siva strike before us. We already completed a few earlier today, but today's session was with a lot of talking and less action, thanks to the weekly reset that did slice off about 2 hours from our stream. So you know, that's the way things are sometimes on Tuesdays. I don't know why it happened today. Generally they don't have Tuesday late afternoon maintenance. I've not had this problem already for 6 or 7 weeks since I've been streaming Destiny again on my channel, but today, as you could see, it was causing us hiccups. Never mind. It's taking us a while to get to the strike, which tells you that things are still not hunky-dory there with the servers, but there you are. I've got to say, I really like with my overlays the notifications, because anyone who's joining our community will have a big pop-up with a ghost opening up the message saying this person is just our new member. It really looks good. I really like it. The alerts really work well on the Stream Elements setup, so that's really cool. Anyone who is a keen streamer and anyone who is doing it on the consoles, you can use Stream Elements in order to get overlays for your streams, so just remember that. And it is a subscription service. You'll have to pay for it, but they'll give you the opportunity to select from very many, and you can basically find the one that will be aligned with your game. Yeah, we are having a problem with Bungie servers. I think that's what it is. That's what's happening. Well, it's the consequence of the reset. That's what it is, and we can't really put our head through the wall. You know, it's all down to the Bungie service. Yeah, I was telling you about Stream Elements. You can then choose a specific set of overlays that you can apply to your game, and the overlays there are quite diverse. You will have quite a number of those linked to the biggest titles, and then some which can be easily customized. So I've got mine for Warzone, for Destiny, for Apex. I have ones for Mass Effect. You know, quite a selection I created, and they can be customized. You can change certain parts of these overlays, and it will work really very well on your stream.
Vanguard scouts report she's undone her death.
Undone her death?
But I've got to say, these overlays are exclusively for the console streamers, and if you want to be streaming and having overlays on your PC, then you can go to Stream Elements or to OBS. Not Stream Elements, Streamlab. Stream Elements, the overlays for consoles, Xbox and PlayStation. And once you've set them up, you don't have to do anything separate. You've got one selection of overlays, and they will be applied to either of your consoles. You just need to change where the signal is coming from, right? But if you align everything to Twitch, it doesn't matter. Whatever you're streaming to Twitch will have these overlays, as you can see here on mine. They're very good, they're very pretty, and they help the community to connect better. So that's what I really like. I need that, yeah, I need that. Okay.
Be ready for anything. The Hive and Fallen here are more desperate than they've ever been.
That gas is not allowing me to jump. That's that Olga that got you, I know. He got me too. That's really close. Supercharged. Ah. Oh, it's the shanks. It's the shanks. About 3 or 4 shanks in there. Look at that, 4. That's crazy. Watch out for those sniper shanks. So many of them in there. Look at this. That's insanely difficult. Good job we have you with the bubble. Don't worry about me, I'll respawn in a couple of seconds. All good. Yep, cool. Thank you. There's another one there. They keep coming, the whole lot of them, look at that. What a big turret they have in there as well, that's crazy. Well, I got killed as well, but I had like two triple spins, and the knights were not dying, which is ridiculous.
Guardian, you remind me of, well, Ikora.
There's one down below. One knight below.
That was a lifetime ago.
Just down to the left.
Shax hasn't forgotten. He still has trouble sitting.
Oh, he's gone up now. Shabba says, I will be right back. So, we need to protect Shabba whilst he is... Yep, we'll wait for Shabba to come back, I think. In the meantime, we can do some dancing. See if I can jump in here. Oh, I can, that's fine. I can be dancing in there then. Waving a bit. Dancing a bit. Resting a bit. I'm doing just about everything. I'll take a screenshot actually of 3 of us. That's a really good, I've got a really good angle in there. And Shabba's armor is glowing, so I'll change the weapon. Oh, you got it. Cool. Let's crack on then.
The Cosmodrome is turning into a breeding ground for Hive and Siva. It's like one big, disgusting petri dish.
Yeah, we got them all. So that was good, good. Shanks. Oh, the ship killed me. I don't believe it. That's ridiculous. I got them all down there, but the ship got me. They got Shabba too. Yeah, I'll go and revive Shabba ASAP. Oh, come on, I haven't got any ammunition. Lost me ammunition. I haven't got anything left there. All gone. I need to get my synth. Yeah, that'll do. Well, you clear them all out, so got nothing to do in here. I was busy collecting my ammunition. Ah, I've got some to do in here. And I did that successfully. They're all gone. What? Shabba, I thought you were one of the ads. My fault. Baboon. Baboon, yet again. Hopefully you're not affected so I can just join your fire team. Come on. What on earth is happening with those Destiny servers? Bungie, wake up. Now there's a problem with my internet connection, is it? 10 minutes ago it was something to do with, well anyway, we'll just join the match. Can't believe it. Everyone was that means that everyone was being pushed out then. Boo. Boo. What is going on? I'll tell you what we'll do, we'll do Nightfall. We'll do Nightfall. Yeah. I need to get my Nightfall bounty. So I'll go for the tower. The fucking leader, so yeah, we need to go to yeah, the tower, get our Nightfall bounty, Sunrise bounty actually, and then we'll go back to Nightfall. Let's hope it works if you are our team leader. Some problems with these servers for some reason, don't know why. Current. What is going on? What is going on in here? Don't get it. Well, just go to Nightfall straight away. Let's see what it will work better. So, Nightfall it is. Doesn't matter what. Shabba says he had enough. I'm gonna hop off Destiny being a pain. Thanks for gaming. I'll see you next time. No worries, sir. Thanks very much for joining us. Always a pleasure. And thank you for popping in, but you know, it's the servers that are playing up. That's basically what's causing us trouble, and sadly that's the case. Let's try again then. I'll try the tower, see whether we can go in there. We are doing our best. We did manage to get into that Siva. We had a bit of action, and then suddenly kaboom, everything gone. But you could see that it's to do with the global servers, because our friends Shabba and Zenith are in the US, different parts of the US really. Zenith is in Minnesota, and Shabba is, if I'm not mistaken, in Missouri. And now it keeps giving me this problem. Current, I don't know what that is. I'll try again. I'll try to see whether we can go in. A minute. We were able to get into the Saver Crisis Heroic, so maybe that will work, we'll see. I apologize to our viewers, but at the end of the day, our hands are tied. There's absolutely nothing that we can do, you know, to help this. It's all to do with the Bungie service. That's it. Nothing to do with us. You could see that Shaba was trying several times to get in, and he was getting the same baboon current message, and if he carries on like this for extra 10-15 minutes, then we'll call it tonight, because this is not going to be helping us. Zenith, what I'll do is I'll leave the game, I'll log out, I'll come back in, and I want to see whether this would be resolved by that. They're suggesting that this is the remedy, so I'll bring you in immediately. I need to just I need to try some options to remedy the problem. You know, it's just server based. It's to do with Bungie, and nothing I can do about this. Just simply have to be trying to get the game to work. I've no idea as to why the game is causing us that many problems today, because we've had let me just write to Shaba, maybe he is not able to hear me. Well, we didn't have this problem last week or week before, and in fact last week Zenith and myself were able to get in quite early. It was early afternoon. Look at this. Now it's Weasel. From baboon to bee, sorts of error messages. That is ridiculous. Well, people will see this. It's not going to be very good adverts for Bungie, I've got to admit. I've no idea what's causing it. Maybe they're still conducting further maintenance and the servers are coming on and off. It's possible. They did say the maintenance was going to be held for about 2 hours, and our friends told us that the servers came back on, but it may not be the case in full. I don't know. I'm rambling because I'm just trying to find something to say, as I'm being intensely frustrated by this. It's a bit like having constant power cuts, you know, playing a game and then suddenly no power. Everything goes dead. Go back in, try it again. Go back in, try it again. Just not the best. To be honest with you, I will never run out of things to say. There always will be something to talk about, but at the moment we are trying to get to that nightfall, and we are trying to at least do something. Right, so not allowing me to come back in, we need to see what's happening with Bungie help. This is just not particularly good. We need to see what's happening with Bungie help. Okay. So what is this now? Well, 10 minutes ago they said update 7151 has begun rolling out across all platforms and regions. And report issues of Seeker systems here. Stay tuned for updates on the status of server maintenance. Okay, so it looks like they're still doing the maintenance. No, there's a service alert. Hang on, there's a service alert and there's a service alert. Why I'm not getting it? Well, the service alerts, and then we're not getting any information on the alert. So what is going on? Destiny 2 will receive an update too. Well, obviously, we are still waiting to have some information on this. We are not getting anywhere with it. Says report issues and forums. But all the information I'm getting on Bungie Help is related to Destiny 2. I don't see anything related to Destiny 1. Nothing. So, no help. Help forum. No, there's no information in there, just they're posting, no comments, nothing. Well, no help, unfortunately. No help. Okay, Bungie Help, we'll leave it up and running. We'll try again, see whether we can get back in, right? Quite frankly, the issues should have been resolved by 6 o'clock PM, but it's possible that something went seriously wrong, and therefore the service is operating. I don't know what to tell you. I'll give it extra 5 minutes, but if these servers are not operating, then evidently we're not going to be wasting our time. We'll call it a day. We've been already live on air for 5 hours. We talked about lots of different things, and we'll carry on tomorrow. You see, this is a situation that lots of gamers talk about. People who are very keen on the hard copy or hard copy of the game, physical copy, as well as the games that are not linked to any live servers, because in their view, such games will always work. But then on the other hand, the way the gaming industry is developing is taking a very, very different direction. We are dependent on the access to the server, otherwise without the server we are not able to play the game, as is the case here, as you can see. Well, I'm just hoping that we'll be able to play at least one more strike and then call it a night. What else? Alright, so that's come up. No, it will not work. It will not work. Zenith, it will not work. We are wasting our time. It'll probably be a couple of hours before this whole thing resumes. I'll try a couple more, a few more times, but it's unlikely that we'll get anything operational. Zenith says, I had enough, I jumped off, have a good night. Sir, for coming in. I've done my best really to reconnect, but as you could see, it's affecting us globally. You guys are across the pond, and it's not working for you either, and there's nothing we can do. It's funny, because on Bungie Help, they didn't say anything. They didn't say anything related to Destiny 1. There's a big breakdown of everything updated and done for the sequel, but nothing about this game. So anyway, it's just the collateral of the maintenance, or they're still doing it, and this is the consequence. What else? Thanks very much, Zenith, for coming in. Thank you also for gifting that subscription to our new member, Master Kenshin. Much appreciated. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow, and have a very, very good day, sir. I know in the US where you are, it's only midday, and I'm coming towards my early evening, maybe about 6:25 now. So thank you for coming, and thank you to every one of you watching us and supporting us live every single day. No, we can't. Obviously, we'll call it a day now. We are not getting anywhere with the stream. We can't really advance due to the server issues. Alright, my friends, so first of all I want to say thank you all for coming. Thank you for supporting the stream. Thank you for supporting the channel and our community. Very grateful to everyone for coming today and contributing. Thanks to Dark Angel for talking live on air. Thanks to Shaba and Zenith for joining us with gameplay. Thanks to everyone who had been watching and contributing. Everyone who watched the videos that I posted earlier. Thank you all for that. We'll carry on tomorrow as usual, and I'll look forward to seeing you all back again here on the channel, and we'll talk a bit more about our campaign for the UK charity called Mind, and all the services that they provide. We'll talk about Destiny as well, the news that have been arriving on the wire. We'll bring in some extra community content. I've had some messages also from our members, but did not read them out live on air today. So a lot more to be done, a lot more to be fast to look forward to. And also for everyone who is doing Destiny 2, just bring us a message telling us what stage you're at, what you're doing at present, how far you managed to progress with your armor, with modding and all other things related to the season. Be good to hear, as in a couple of weeks we'll have, is it a couple of weeks or 3 weeks, we are going to be having Destiny's major showcase event, telling us all about the final shape and all that is to follow, really the conclusion of Darkness versus Light saga, and the new direction that the game is going to be taking. So look forward to that. That will be in August. And as far as today is concerned, I'll just wrap it up, cook my dinner, have a relaxing evening, read a book, do a few admin chores, and then I'll see you all back here tomorrow. So thank you for watching, thank you for supporting the channel. Thank you for being our very valued, very dedicated community members. Thank you for your contributions, for your charitable donations, for the overall support, both to myself personally and our community. Have a good night, and I'll see you all tomorrow, and take care.